intriguing, Bridget. That is absolutely intriguing. But that I think that that must be incredible. Does that mean that you're aware of the fact that you dream? Like, can you pick up on it? Like, 'cause it seems like it's a mnemonic to help you recognize that you're dreaming. Yeah, please do. We got one person on the list right now, Bridget, and you're the second. Val, solution focused is such a great way to put it. Thank you. Critique versus criticism was the argument. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, man. I got it's this Gemini energy, right? It's like, and it's not, no hyperbole, no assuming right now. No, you always like, no, you're just like, you know what I mean? Like, make sure that you're being very conscientious about that. Shandi, we're about to get started on the collective read, but if you would like a personal reading at the conclusion of the collective read, then yes, if you send the donation, you'll be added to the list for a personal reading. Thank you for the help, V. You're so welcome. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on our daily collective in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we begin. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the death card. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. I am so excited for this class. The Temperance card is a really cool card. We are going to talk about the spread applications of that card. We are going to be talking about the history of the card. I'm going to be walking you through ways that you can interpret that card in any way it may appear in your own spreads. I'll also be providing you a unique spread to channel the messages of that card into your own readings. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you a recap on everything that we studied thus far prior to beginning that class, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've studied or studying or currently studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also, if you choose to receive it, have access to having a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best advantage towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any new offerings that I'm offering. And speaking of offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I also want to let you guys know that I'm now offering dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these on an individual level or as a monthly class or as a monthly series. Again, if you purchase the dream interpretation reading package, I would strongly encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and memory, and pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but some of the information in terms of the dreams, in terms of the things that we read for here today. We do angelic guidance readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do past life readings. We do mediumship readings. We do love readings. You can find the full list over on my tree that has links in it in my bio. All right, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Good to see you today. That's so amazing. You sense the colors in your dream. That is wild. And yep, you're second, dear. Excellent. I definitely see color. I know, it's pretty incredible, Michelle. You're so welcome, Val. I'm putting together the dream for the reading today. Exciting. Grand Rising, Minnie. Good to see you. Hi there. Your 11 a.m. meeting just got canceled, so I get to stay for the whole collective. Awesome. We love canceled meetings. I love that. I keep a dream journal. Wonderful, Michelle. Ryan, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I can't help it, V. I can't help it, okay? I'm doing my best not to, okay? I'm doing my best not to. I know. You're keeping me honest. I appreciate that. Angela, thank you so much for the follow. Am I an artist? I mean, I do art. I do many different types of art. I know. You know how it is. You know how it is. You know? Exactly. I know you do. That's why I said so, Bridget. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you'd like to get on the list right now, now's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for today. Also, please remember, we've got 2 contests currently active. First one we're doing is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that contest. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Grand Rising, Dandy. Good to see you. I know. You caught me doing it too. I appreciate it. I know it's so hard. It's so hard. All right, especially here. Angela, if you're asking if I do private readings, I do private readings that you can book through my site. Excellent. All right, friends, as I mentioned, yes, that'll just distract her. Thank you so much for the compliment, Val. Thank you. They're in that fun time that we all love with tattoos, where they're just very itchy. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started. Again, we are already at 2.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. That said, if you get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Now is a great time to get on the list. And no better time than the present. Why don't we get started on today's reading? One moment. Perfect. Yep, wrong. Excellent. Let's get started. And thank you again, Shauna, for the thank you for the follow, dear. Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, June 5th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First three cards we are starting our day off with today are our Queen of Pentacles in its upright, in combination with our Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with our Six of Swords in its upright. If you have been feeling a lot of the intensity of this Gemini season over the last few days, I'm getting the message that things should start to feel like they're smoothing back out again. Okay, why are we seeing this? Because, and this is why I was kind of talking about a lot of the work that we saw that was occurring in this Gemini season has to do with the fact that we've got a lot of planets right now between Gemini and Aries. If they're not in Gemini, they're in Aries right now. Like, it's like one or the, I mean, Mars is hanging out over in Leo. I mean, it's fine. But the thing that we keep on seeing that's really important has to do, and I gotta stress this right now, in making sure that you're not getting too hard on the self. Because I'll tell you yesterday, one of the things that may have felt, I would not be surprised if there weren't some energetic conflict points that were coming up over the last couple of days. Because what we effectively saw was happening is we love Gemini energy, right? We absolutely love it for the positives. Every sign work has its positives and its negatives. In the positive space, we see the fact that Geminis are dynamic, multifarious, right? I like to describe it as like working with the array, being able to see the bigger picture of things, being able to connect the dots, if you will. This is a great type of energy for working in the space of big ideas. It's a great energy for being able to kind of work in that space of being able to see the bigger picture of things. But okay, if you are one who has a tendency of carrying excitement more in the space of anxiety, it can also create a little bit of this energy of racing thoughts, right? Working into the feeling of not being able to keep, not being able to keep pace. This is, the way I've been describing this right now is it's a lot like I keep on saying that a little bit of Gemini energy is pinball energy, right? It's like watching something move back and forth, and it's understanding how to be pragmatic as we move to our manifestation goals. When we've got this many planets in Gemini, it can feel like there's a lot happening at once. It's really easy to get hard on the self. And that's why I was even identifying the fact that the moon was in Virgo over the last couple of days. This could have made it a little bit more difficult because the thing is, Gemini energy is a lot about like whatever it takes, right? It's being able to kind of move into that like that openness as it relates to possibility. Virgo energy has more to do with perfection. It has more to do with exactitude. It has more to do with refinement. So you can see how something about the confluence of the Gemini energy with the Virgo moon energy that we are experiencing could potentially lead to the space of being really hard on the self. This is why working through some of those Taurus lessons that we spoke about, that we went through in the last cycle, are helpful. Because what was the Taurus energy teaching us? Helping us to embrace our majesty, right? I like myself just the way I am. Building into that space of finding that making peace with ourselves, building into that space of adaptability, building into that space of easement, right? It's not easy, but I like the fact that we've now got a bit of that moon. I like the fact that we've got the moon in Libra right now with the Gemini energy, because I think it helps us work into what a lot of I feel like this season is all about, which is finding, like I keep on hearing, finding the ability to stay focused in the midst of a lot of like potential, like I keep on hearing like a lot of things happening all at once, right? Just being able, like, it's like I keep on hearing it's almost like trying to like aim for a target, like as everything else is happening around you. Um, this is having a different impact depending on where we find ourselves on the frequency cycles. Center card, we got two cards. Man, this is just gonna be the way it is ever since Pluto full moon. We ever since Pluto retrograde. The center cards for today, we've got two cards again. Okay. So we have here our Five of Wands in combination with our Temperance card. And the thing that we're seeing that's really interesting about this is it feels like this is the type of energy that is helping us recognize and appreciate um, our own ability to expand. I keep on getting the sense, I just keep on seeing that there's something, and I feel like a lot of the thing that, okay, let me walk you through what I'm seeing here. So, and it has a lot to do with the continuation of the lesson that we recognized and we spoke about yesterday. And it has to do with the energy, the message that was coming through um, for energy deep within divine union. So we were talking yesterday about the fact that a healthy manifestation is one of the ways we can tell that our manifestation is healthy is that it continues to do the work of maturing. The manifestation kind of changes in correlation to our own ability of seeing things. This is often why it feels like we never necessarily fully arrive to our manifestation. Because, again, what is the difference between a wish versus a manifestation? A wish is about gimme, right? A wish is about wanting something and then not and wondering why it's not happening. A manifestation is moving in accordance with what it is that one hopes to bring about within the self and around the self, right? This is often why we talk towards the healthy manifestation that feels more characteristic upon the space of helping one to see, being able to see the possibilities, being able to identify what it is that one is working towards. It's the energy that changes you in the process of moving towards it, right? This is what we talk about in relationality to expansion of the self. And often, one of the things that we can see that identify the fact that we're moving towards a healthy manifestation is seeing something with more clarity, having a breakthrough, right? And what's beautiful about it is often the true gifts that we receive in moving towards a manifestation are the breakthroughs that we have along the way. This is often why we identify the fact that the manifestation shifts, but it's the positive shift, right? It's the recognition of being able to learn something as one proceeds towards the healthy energetic lesson. That's why we keep on seeing that there's something very profound that may be occurring right now for some energy that's in separation. Because if these are energies right now that are in separation, right? If these are energies that are working towards what it is that they're trying to correct for within the self, building into the space of their authenticity, right? Because there was a lot of these energies here that we saw their prioritization as it relates to partnership is being able to be authentic above all. What we effectively see that is happening right now is a lot of those energies I keep on hearing are being able to be healed via the auric contradictions. And the auric contradiction that's effectively occurring is potentially building into a space where they're talking to one another about each other, right? They're coming to know one another. And there's something about the false context of something that one is saying to another person, right? The identification point of another person looking and saying, um, I know you keep saying that, but I'm not seeing it, right? Like the thing that like it's like they're showing each other the wounds that they didn't know that they were carrying, right? Because the healthy relationship is one that helps us see more clearly. So that ability of doing so, right? The ability of almost being able to like move away, like the unhealthy perception of another, something that the trauma like brought in, something that the trauma said, right? Something that one couldn't see clearly, that allows for that space of being able to feel energetically cleared. This is why I keep on seeing that this is a lot of those relationships that are feeling like they're feeling that unification point. They're feeling that embrace that is starting to occur, and a lot of that energy of the embrace that's starting to occur in these modalities and in these circumstances is directly proportional to the ability, I keep on seeing the ability to move away from something that is unhealthy that one may have brought with you from an unhealthy relationship. So something about the self that one, like I told you, the unhealthy relationship that feels like one is contorting to it, right? Moves you in ways that doesn't feel like it's in alignment to you. This is a lot of that process of reformation because it's a reformation of the self that helps one see like what what that space of authenticity is versus what it is that you're truly trying to overcome. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's coming into divine union right now. For a lot of the energy coming into divine union, one of the things I'm seeing that I think is really important right now has to do with the recognition of how far one has come. And I even said, if this is some energy that feels like the relationship itself is somewhat surreal. The reason that we're seeing that there's a little bit of that surrealness is because this is the energy that's moving in accordance towards what they find in partnership. And one of the things we identify that's happening for a lot of this energy that's moving out of high priestess into strength is the ability of finding the strength to continue to be vulnerable. But it's hard work because they're also learning the fact that the reason that we say that healing is linear is because the same boundaries, right? The same boundaries that we have to hold to be able to move towards partnership are the same ones that we have to kind of move away from once we come into healthy partnership, right? Everything about healing, this is why you can't become rigid in your healing because at times there are some aspects of healing that feel like they're foundational to the self. And then sometimes the thing that you needed to heal is the thing that you have to move away from in order to move deeper into one's own healing process. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, recognizing that adaptability. Welcome to Gemini season. It's all about adaptation. While for masculine and feminine deep within divine union, can I please have the fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread for today? This is like a complicated spread that we're seeing. There's that strength card we're talking about in combination with our Knight of Wands and its reversal. For like this is feeling like the energy, like it's the Libra moon. Energy within divine union, this is feeling like a Thursday that should be a Friday. I'm just seeing this here. There's something, it's saying to me, like it's feeling to me like this has been like, and I can see it even now. There's been something about this being this has been like a very emotional like week. I told you the Gemini energy can be very exciting, but it can also feel like it can often create, I want to describe the thing that we've been seeing. And I want to explain why, if you're feeling a little bit like through the ringer on this energy, is because, and I've been seeing this ever since all the planets went into Gemini. I was actually curious as to how this was going to be impacting us. Typically, when we're going through an energetic cycle, and you probably recognize this if you follow along with me through the podcast or where you follow me. We've got modalities, right? The reason that you'll hear me talking about something over the span of days is because we typically, even as we're reading, we hold patterns, right? We work through the modality of kind of being in a certain vibe. and we hold that vibe for several days. That's not happening right now. Remember when I said multi-ball? It's every time, every reading I have given over the last week has been a completely different energetic energy, right? It's been going up, it's been going down, it's been going sideways, it's been going back and forth. It's like it is everywhere, because that is the end, like that is the Gemini energy. It's about like what you have to bring to the day, how you have to arrive to it, right? It's not about, it's not so much about like, and this is why sometimes this is why so much of that Gemini energy can feel a little bit more exhaustive, especially when we have so many planets in Gemini right now, because your own emotions could potentially feel like they're all if you're going to tell, if you were to come to me right now and say, like, I don't know what's going on this week, my emotions have been all over the map, I'd be like, I do. I'd be like, I do. I'd be like, yeah, it's like that. And this is like, it's on one day you're like, huh, next day you're like this, next day you're like, you know what I mean? Like it's very, it's working through the fact that it's like, it's just, it's bouncing back and forth a lot. So I want you to, again, and this is why I keep on telling you guys, now is not the time. Like, spontaneous change with intention is fine. No drastic changes because you feel like it. If it's this is why I keep on saying eclipse rules apply. Okay, which is why I keep on saying, if it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea in 5 minutes. It'll be a good idea in 5 hours. I'm not saying that you can't be spontaneous at this time. I'm just saying, give it a minute. Okay, just give it a minute. Give it a minute. Okay, and please don't be hyperbolic. But for the energy deep within divine union, I feel like there's a lot. It feels I gotta tell you, actually, it feels to me, for the energy deep within divine union, this is some heavy Mars and Leo stuff happening right now. There's a lot of like, this is almost like romantic, you know. This is feeling very, it's feeling resplendent is the word that's coming to me. Continuing to get clarification, and we'll dig deeper into that there. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Pentacles, our Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, and our Six of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Empress in its reversal. This is exactly what I'm talking about right now. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I would like you to turn your attention over to, if you haven't, if you head over to my Substack, I post the photos of each day's spread. And we've noticed something a little intriguing over the last few days. I certainly have. And that is the fact that we have had the Empress card coming up in almost every one of our readings the last few days. I'm looking at her now. Yep. All right. And the thing is about that Empress card, she's been showing up for like at least the last 3 days. And it's like up and down, up and down. The last 2 days upright, today reversal. Okay. This is what I meant about making sure, okay, working through often what the Gemini lessons are, which is the difference between pragmatism and fickleness. What is the difference between pragmatism and fickleness? Okay, pragmatism is working towards a manifestation goal, okay, and being adaptable as one does so, right? That's being able to switch speeds, right? That's be able to be like, it's like, I like to describe, it's like Donkey Kong. It's like what it's like here to here to here to here to here, right? It's understanding that we have to be adaptable as we move towards a manifestation goal. And this is often like that clarity of intention. What we often want to work on right now is not being fickle. And what does fickleness look like? Fickleness is changing for the sake of change. But the thing is about fickleness, and this is often something that those with Gemini placements need to like work through and identify, is that oftentimes when we're moving in a space of fickleness, we feel like a change will do us good, but there isn't much of an intention behind the change, which can sometimes be indicative of a lack of energetic resilience as it relates to maintaining consistency towards a manifestation goal, right? It's like it is the difference between it's a difference between I've had a change of thought versus I've changed my mind, right? It is the difference between the curvature of seeing something in a different way that amplifies and moves you in the directionality of what you identify would be a good direction versus, right? Versus just not knowing where you're going, right? It's like so I want you to think about that a lot as it relates to navigating change in your life right now. And that's why I've been telling you guys over the last few days, like no board flipper energy right now. I don't want you telling me, don't you dare come to me for a reading once we get to the ninth and some of this Gemini energy goes away and say to me, I just felt like I needed to change something. And I'm like, and then and then I change, and then I change. I'm like, yeah, because the thing that's changing right now, your mood may be changing, be very changeable, right? And so a lot of the work that we see is it's not the fact that you can't be adaptable right now. It's not the fact that you might not be able, you might like, I keep on hearing the word is spontaneity with intention is a surprise. Being too changeable because you get frustrated is a catastrophe. Okay. So, yeah. So, like, again, just be recognize and identify. And this is why I keep on saying that, like, the eclipse, this is frequently what I say when eclipse seasons are here, right? Predicate the change on a solid reason why, right? The logic towards changing that allows you to move towards expansion. And that's happening across all the frequencies right now. Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Swords in combination with our Five of Wands, in combination with our Temperance card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Oh my God, are we really gonna get two cards for everything today? All right. Okay. Sorry. Surprise, surprise. It's Gemini season. We're just gonna get a lot of cards today. It's fine. Okay. No, this is fine. You know why? Because this is the full moon energy. I told you there's something about this full moon that feels like an abundant breakthrough. It feels energetically celebratory. It feels like, I gotta tell you, it feels like it's like an untamed full moon, is what I keep on getting. It's like this is like I keep on hearing this is the untamed full moon because it's Gemini energy. It's a Sag full moon in Gemini season. So it has a lot to do with it has a lot to do with like I keep on seeing like understanding it's working into like that feeling of like that feeling of possibility where like I told you like that like that leap of faith, if you will, towards, right? That leap of faith towards a manifestation. Remember what I said? It was saying to me again, it's a conversation between it's a conversation between spontaneity with intention, right? Spontaneity with intention. That's what we're seeing. This is just validation on what we've been saying. These two cards together is literally spontaneity, but with intention. So navigate that right now. Continue to do that work. Be adaptable as you do so. Now, this is what I meant. This is I feel like there's potentially I feel like this is for a lot of the energy right now in separation. This is that energy of partnership. This is that energy that I told you. Remember I said that some of that energy that was trying to come together during this time was holding themselves back to a certain extent, right? That they were working in terms of some of that like that Saturn energy in terms of like not of putting like caution to the wind, like working on healing. This is the energy that is experiencing the manifestation breakthrough that is allowing them to start to trust one another, right? Because that ability, I told you, like that ability of giving, like I almost hear the energy, like that ability of building into a space of clarity, that ability of being able to say something, like to say something that feels like it's clarified. I almost hear like this is the breath of fresh air. This is the release and relief that's coming that is allowing a lot of this energy to move into these new partnerships. Because that is I keep on hearing, like I keep on hearing the energy say it's a relief to hear you say that. Because I keep on hearing like that is the energy. I even told you via V, that auric contradiction, right? The ability to identify something that you keep on saying about the self, and another person says, well, I got to tell you, I just don't see it, but in a good way is what I keep on hearing, in a positive way, right? That clarifying thought that helps someone see something with more clarity. This is either the energy that's having one of two different modalities happening. They're seeing how far they've come in terms of healing something within the self, or they're recognizing something that they carried with them, they're carrying with them from an unhealthy partnership, some bad thought form that doesn't serve them, but that they needed to hold on to in order to maintain a partnership that was not for them. So that's why I keep on hearing the energy just moving towards each other, but they're moving towards each other with a sense of confidence and gratitude. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, clarification between our Five of Wands, our Tempest in its reversal, Temperance in its reversal, and our Strength card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got here our Seven of Swords in its upright. And I kept on seeing, like, here's the thing about it. And this is like, this is the thing that's so difficult for a lot of the energy that is coming into divine union, that is continuing to work towards their healing, which is, they're working through and we were talking about this heavily yesterday. We were talking about this heavily yesterday. The boundaries that become the energetic standards. And I'm just going to return to this because it was really important when it was coming through yesterday, and I feel like it needs to be restated. So one of the big messages that was coming through yesterday is the difference between a boundary and a standard. And what effectively happens is our standards okay, and I need to walk you guys through this. Our standards define our boundaries, and our boundaries become our standards. And what do we mean by that? Typically, we don't have a standard until we feel that we need one, right? Often that's why the places that we set our standards, there's usually heavy lessons that are created there, right? And often the reason that we have to set a standard is because like it's a space that we experienced pain. It's a space that we experienced like an egoic wound, a karmic wound, We can often define, we learn a lot from one another when we're able to articulate upon our energetic standards. And so I keep on seeing that that ability, and what's profound about the difference, the reason that the boundary becomes the standard is because often when you talk about a boundary to someone that you don't need it with, they look at you like you're, like, again, they look at you like you're a fool, right? They say obviously, right? They say like why would you even mention that? Because that's where we know that we're in a place where our standards are being honored, right? The standards are being carried. Someone around us is carrying the same standards. And you have to remember, like, but when someone is not, when we recognize that we're not in a healthy space and we articulate a standard, another person starts to project onto us, right? They start to push back. They say, how dare you, right? Blah blah blah. Like, they start pushing against our standard in such a way, and immediately it reaffirms why it has to be a standard in the first place. It becomes the boundary, right? It becomes something that you have to put pressure on. It becomes the energetic shield. And this is what's so difficult, why we see that so much of this energy right now that is coming into divine union is moving out of high priestess into strength, because they're learning how difficult it is to take the boundary and move it into the space of the standard, right? Because when we sometimes, when we build into healthy relationship, the beauty of being in a space where we know that another person holds our standards for us, right? Speaks towards us in ways that we know, knows our standards, and not only knows our standards, but can communicate them towards others around us. That is the space by which we're able to recognize and identify and articulate how it is to be able to work through that space. But it can be very difficult as we enter healthy relationship, because that ability of becoming even more vulnerable, learning to trust one another more, right? That's often the fact that why we sometimes have the relationship wherein we build into the exception to the rule, because that ability of doing so is the trust that we give to one another in those spaces, right? It's learning to be able to come into deeper spaces of vulnerability. It's being able to come into deepening spaces of openness. But that work is always hard because it challenges our vulnerability, which is why we see this energy moving into the strength card, because it's a conversation about how hard it is to take those moments that the trauma has informed us that we always have to be in that rigidity point, and learn to come into that space of energetic easement. That's why I feel like even now, for a lot of the energy between our strength card in its reversal and our Knight of Wands in its reversal, this brings us to the energy deep within divine union. This is why we see too, with the Four of Wands in its reversal, why the change of plans that does not feel like a surprise, but a logical progression, right? The adaptation that we often see in our manifestation goals as we mature in relationship is coming into the ability of seeing one another clearly and also seeing ourselves. And this is why often the beauty of a healthy manifestation is we never land there, right? We never feel like we fully arrive, because by the time we feel like we've moved towards a manifestation, our view has changed, right? We see things about the self that we couldn't see before. We identify things about the self that we couldn't identify before. So the manifestation adapts via our own expansion. So it is the beauty of the manifestation, wherein we always come towards it, but we never fully arrive, that in itself is conditional upon the beauty of being in an experience wherein we are always changing. And this is why we see that for a lot of the energy right now that is deep within divine union, talking about the unified adaptability of the manifestation is a further form of love, because that is the energy that sees one another and feels that even in their progression towards one another, they are matching the similitude in relationality to seeing the maturation that is changing and adapting in the context of the healthy relationship. Continuing to get clarification between our Empress card in its reversal and our 10 of Cups in its upright and our Fool card in its upright. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with the King of Cups. And I'm not surprised to see it because, and this is what I meant. I'm going to say it again. We've already got the next card here. That's going to be right there. Masculine and feminine are doing this work right now in very different ways. Asynchronous lessons towards the same work in the same way. And for a lot, and I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy and separation, this is what it feels like to come into partnership. And this is why the energy was working so hard on authenticity, right? Because this is the feminine energy that in the process of coming towards masculine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. This is the feminine that almost comes into the habit of trying to like not apologize for having standards, right? This is the feminine that, again, this is what happens with feminine being like, I have to have these standards. And what do we see the masculine saying? You don't have to apologize to me. I understand completely, right? This is the masculine energy that doesn't take the standards of the feminine personally, because this is the masculine that builds into the security of the self, where they don't take the fact that a feminine has standards as an offense. They see that as a feminine that is healing from circumstances or situations that required them. Wherein we see even now that for a lot of the masculine energy, this is the masculine energy work. And so here you see, this is what it feels like, the struggle of the feminine, like feeling sorry that they have to have standards in the first place. And the masculine completely, the healthy masculine that completely respects them in the process, thereby maintaining their standards. Whereas we see the masculine doing that work in terms of articulating from their emotions, not apologizing for them, right? Finding the strength of force to be able to stay steady within their emotions and building into their authenticity. And this is the masculine that feels incredibly vulnerable in that space. They almost feel like they're gushy. And this is the feminine saying, this is you're not gushing because I see you, right? It's not you, like that's the energy saying it's good to see you, right? So this is the clarification of the clarity of the energy, almost apologizing for the authenticity that they're bringing to each other. But in the process of the clarity of how another person perceives it, they feel like they become energetically unified. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, clarification between our Fool energy in its upright and our Seven of Swords in its upright, there's that King of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, this is very beautiful to see, because what we're identifying with a lot of the King of Pentacles in its reversal is this is a lot of the work that we're identifying and recognizing in relationality to identifying how this feels, again, for the energy coming into union. So again, it is the space of working through the optics of the fact that everything has a season. Sometimes we need to have those standards, and other times we need to lower them, right? Coming into those modalities of vulnerability, doing that work, it takes time, right? And what's beautiful about this is the energy that is not being forced in that way, right? They're not pushing each other. They're working through this with a sense of easement. They're working through this in a sense of, I keep on hearing, like this is a lot of the Saturnine lessons that we're seeing here, because that authenticity, that ability to do so, that recognition or that identification point in being able to see that in the same space that they hold something down, they can then bring it back, they can then lower it. This is a lot of the energy that feels like that is the sense of strength, right? Strength is not holding an energetic position, it's being able to adapt to circumstances and being able to arrive into a situation and see what is needed there. So I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that is adapting to the peace that they're finding in those healthy energetic connections, while continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Swords in combination with our Four of Wands in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Page of Swords in its upright. This is a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, one of the things I'm identifying that's occurring, and this is why I see even now, like, there's a lot of protectiveness here. There's a lot, I told you, this energy right now, deep within divine union, is like very much um like in that Leo Mars, like that Mars and Leo energy. It's very much um talking towards, I keep on hearing, this is the energy that is adjusting and working towards that manifestation, because it is, I keep on hearing, this is the energy that says this is what we, this like um the ever changing dream that we're perpetually bringing into reality is what I keep on hearing. Like that is the force of love. It's the ever changing dream that we're perpetually bringing into reality, because as we continue to grow towards it, it expands further, right? So it opens up to the possibilities that we find there. So I keep on seeing that this is the energy that feels a lot of that harmony, because even in, like, even in those changing points, there's still alignment, right? Like that is the energy that doesn't see, I keep on hearing, they weather the changes together, right? It is the, like, it is like the ability to do so, right? Like that is the space that allows for the expansion point. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Cups in its upright in combination with our King of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? There's that Tower card. And again, the thing with the Tower card that we like to see, like we're not, I know everyone gets all stressed out, right? I know everybody gets all stressed out when we see these Tower cards. Okay. But I want you to understand that this type of energy right now, I'm not surprised to see this type of energy with all of this Gemini energy flying around, right? It's a lot. It can feel, and especially, right, especially with the fact that we are just coming out of the Virgo moon in Gemini, it can create a lot of that feeling of not, like, of not being good enough, right? Of doubting the self, of doubting one's own capabilities. But this is the beauty that we find as it relates to healthy partnership, which is the ability to articulate through that feeling instead of project it, right? Because the thing about that, and this is what we have to recognize in a healthy energetic feeling, like a healthy energetic, like in healthy spirituality, there's no spirituality on the planet that's going to make that feeling go away, right? If you are trying to move towards um like a spiritual journey that doesn't require the work of the self, right? Doesn't require that moment of identifying what you're working on. That's not spirituality. That's indulgence. You know what I mean? Like that's not, that's la 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 la. You know what I mean? Like that's going like this, right? It's a space, it's operating in the space, it's navigating the irony that never are we more far afield than when we feel like we are perfect, right? Never are we more far afield than when we feel like we are perfect. Never, like, it is not a journey about being perfect. It is a journey about working towards perfection. And when you're working towards perfection, there's always something more that you wish you could do. There's always something more that you wish that you could bring about. There's always something more that you feel that need or that desire to work to repair. So this is why, and this is why this is so, like, beautiful for some of the energy that is working through some of these new relationship dynamics. Because I see this energy, and I just want to describe to you what I'm identifying here. This is energy that is introducing each other to one. They're introducing themselves to each other almost in the space of saying, I am a catastrophe. And this is the energy that is now building into the healthy relationship, because someone is looking at that person and saying, I don't see a catastrophe here. I see a work in progress, right? The healing is not in the space of saying I am perfect. It's in identifying what it is that we're trying to work on, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that this is a profound breakthrough that's occurring right now, because if these are the energies that we're moving towards authenticity, this is the energy that says to one another, even in the space that you're working, I see beauty. Even in the space of something that you think is something that is a deal breaker, or even in the space that you're holding something so heavily, another person is saying, that is not heavy for me. That is energetically manageable. And it's in that space that that ability, right, to articulate and define and recognize that we're working, that is where the space that we feel we are faulty becomes the space that is our greatest strength, right? It is the foundation that is fixed with the ability of another that says, I can fix that with you, so long as we both identify where the work begins. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Pentacles in its reversal and our Page of Swords in its upright. And for this is why it's so difficult right now for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, because this is a lot of the energy that's working through, like, this is the energy that's almost working through the sense or the space of saying the very thing that got me here, right? Like, this is the energy that now is working through the healing, that almost feels like it's heartbreaking, right? Because this is almost the energy looking at that boundary, looking at that resistance point, like looking at the self and saying, the very thing that got me here is the thing I need to work to relieve, right? Because that's often what happens when we build into the healthy relationship, because as we described, right, everything has a season. So in that modality, we often feel like this is the season of the self when we enter healthy relationship, because that hardness, right, that determination, that force of will that we had to put in relationality to holding our standards to find that perfect energetic counterpart, we then need to learn to release in order to move closer to them, right? It feels like we're unarming ourselves. And even in that space, it feels heartbreaking, because you look towards another person and you say, I know that I don't need these. I know I don't need these. You did not create these boundaries in me. You did not create these standards, but yet they're there, right? And it's almost like the energy that apologizes to one another in the process and says, this is the work of a lifetime, right? The work of a lifetime is to move back into the vulnerability of when we finally find the energy that is for us, because we never would have had to set those standards in the first place, right? It is the beautiful, profound journey of the irony of that transition point. But even here, I see that this is why the energy is moving towards strength, because this is the energy that says, for you, I can do that, because you are. And again, this is why often the people that we hold closest to us become the energetic exceptions to our rule. While for masculine and feminine energy deep within divine union, we just see that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, this is the glee. I keep on hearing, this is the delight in understanding the perception of the self that allows the condition by which the dreams change, right? It's that constant progression. It's that constant attenuation, if you will, right? It is like the continuing of the song of the manifestation, that as you're about to arrive to it, it extends even further, because as we move towards a healthy manifestation, we see more on that horizon point, and from the point that we see even further, we expand upon the manifestation. So that is the space of, like, again, navigating that profound change, but with a sense of the perpetual nature of it, right? It is the beauty of understanding the quality and condition that change is the constant. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Pentacles and its reversal in combination with our Page of Swords. One card to clarify. We've got here the Hermit energy. I'm not surprised to see this too. Here's the thing about it. I mean, this is intense, is what I keep on seeing. Because a lot of this energy, a lot of this work that we're identifying right now with the Hermit energy, like, I remember how I said, remember how I just articulated about the fact that for a lot of the energy in separation right now, being able to see something, right? Like like, remember, these are the relationships that we're moving towards one another for authenticity. And this is the energy that is receiving as a response to that manifestation goal, even in the partnership that's coming together, the clarifying thought. I never looked at it like that. I never thought of it that way, right? This is the perception point of another pointing out the discrepancy in relationality to something that another person is saying about themselves that another person does not feel rings true. And it's in that modality of seeing that another person that says, I don't think that fits you, right? That is the energy that recognizes that they have in fact changed. They've moved out of something that they were working to heal, or this is an unhealthy thought form that they're carrying with them from an unhealthy space of trauma that isn't theirs to carry. So this is that energy here that we're effectively seeing that's allowing for a lot of these new relationships to come into fruition. Continuing to get clarification here for a lot of the energy that is coming into divine union. This is that I keep on seeing, like, this is literally the conversation that we saw. This is the energy that's going, yeah. The energy, the standard, the boundary that served to get me here is now the thing that I work to remove, right? This is working through the ability of understanding that those changes that we make, right? The strength we hold, the things that we put down, right? That is the ability of understanding the will of intention in the self to identify what we're working on. And often when we're working to come into union, it feels like a strength training exercise, right? Often when we're coming into union, it feels like we're working to become stronger. And then we have to do different work when we enter healthy union in learning how to be vulnerable again. But even in the journey of doing that and working in that way, we see that it is the ability to identify what brings us closer towards who we aspire and desire to be, right? How we work how we work towards those conditions. Um, and this brings us to the energy deep within divine union right now, which is talking towards, again, I told you, the attenuation or the changes that we often feel as it relates to the healthy manifestation. Because as we move on our journeys, we continue to see more. And then when we continue to see more, then the dreams that we have start to change. So it's the beauty of the fact that one of the things that we start to identify as we continue to move in healthy partnership is not just the changing of the dream, but the accordance of the fact that the manifestation also changes, right? It is the maturation point of the manifestation that grows with us, adapts with us. that almost is the it's the beauty and the harmony of healthy partnership, because it's the recognition of the fact that you're not moving in partnership like for things. You move in partnership to see what you'll see, right? To build into the context of growing together and always being able to navigate what you're able to see in that way. And I keep on hearing like that is the journey of like, I keep on hearing that is the weathering, as it were, that allows for the space, right? It is the space that allows for the adaptability of navigating and seeing from the same perception, that always allows for that space of growing and learning and healing more, right? We never know what we find, but when we know who we are, we're always prepared for what we arrive to. Final card for today's spread between our Tower card and our Hermit card. Boom, there it is. There's that Gemini energy. I love it. I mean, the two of Pentacles, but this is like core Gemini energy here, right? Because it's like the big message of this reading, and I feel like this is often what we have to work through when we're navigating Gemini lessons, right? The only constant is change, right? That to a certain extent, like, and that is the beauty and the harmony of things. um and when we work in that space, right, the important thing when we are being when we change is that we change with the space of intentionality, right? Because when we are able to change in adaptable ways, that is pragmatism, right? That is the ability to understand that there are many ways to move towards something. And when we're in a healthy space, we recognize that we learn things along the way, right? Like, this is often why I told you, this is why Aries and Gemini don't believe in failure. Like, go find an Aries and Gemini. They just don't believe in it. And when they like and when I say don't believe in it, when I say that Gemini and Aries both say failure is not an option, they don't say that because they mean that failure is not something they allow themselves. They literally mean they don't believe it's real. Because for Gemini, right, Aries says, I can do anything. It's just a question of how much time it's going to take. You know what I mean? Like, this is why often Aries are very conscientious about their time, right? Because Aries like work into the space of balancing what it will take to be like what they're trying to do versus what it's going to take to get there. Okay. Gemini are always looking at things and being like, I could be doing like four other things right now. Gemini are like, no, as long as I'm adaptable, I can do anything, right? So, there's a lot of this energy here about working through the context of the self that allows for that. I keep on seeing it allows for that ability to be able to, and I feel like this is also the arrival of that Libra energy in the moon right now, which is saying that, like, that space, it's not about being perfect. It's about recognizing what you're working on. It's like identifying where the work is. And this is why I keep on seeing this is a lot of those new energetic partnerships coming together. I can hear some energy saying, it was at that moment that you said that I knew that you were the one for me, is what I keep on hearing. Because this is the energy that's saying, why is this energy coming together? If these are the magician partnerships, this is like the culmination of the magician partnerships. Because this is the energy that says it was at that moment that you said something and you helped me move an illusion of myself away from me, that I knew that you were the energetic one for me. Because this is the energy that even in the space of being able to build into the energetic union, they clarify each other's view, right? They help them move out of an illusion free zone, even in the space of their own misconceptions, right? So there's a lot of that healing that I see that is coming through this right now. While for masculine and feminine, that is coming into divine union, I just keep on identifying that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is effectively the work in recognizing and identifying what the work is, right? This is the energy that is feeling that ability to do so, because often what's difficult is when we enter healthy partnership, our work suddenly feels like it's twofold, right? Why does it feel like it's twofold? Because we have to recognize and identify. Remember, this was like the space of acting to building into the space of suppressing the inclinations of the boundaries that we had to set, working through the triggers that we had to learn in spaces of trauma to be able to build into the accordance of the new reality that we are creating for ourselves, right? And so this is very heavily much like, again, this is a lot of that energy moving into strength, because it's talking about often when we have to learn the strength to be vulnerable, it feels doubly difficult. It's easy to get strong. It's easy to get strong. You just get stronger. You're just doing one thing. It's very hard to be vulnerable when you're strong, because when you're vulnerable, when you're strong, the vulnerability is a choice, right? And so I keep on hearing that this is the energy that is working towards the fact that that is a condition. That is something that they work towards, right? And when you're working towards being vulnerable, it feels like a battle, right? It feels like a perpetual battle. But this is why. Why do we do that work? Because the real goal of our love is to make sure our love feels like love. And when we can't suppress our anxiety, when we can't suppress our fear, our love doesn't feel like love, right? It's not enough to be able to move towards something. It's working to build into the context wherein we're able to maintain and sustain it. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing there's like a bit of I keep on hearing like this is like the manifestation that's opening up, if you will. This is like the expansion point of a manifestation, seeing something in a different way, observing a bigger picture, thinking about something. And that's why I keep on hearing this isn't the energy that feels like they're moving away from a manifestation goal. They feel like they're expanding upon it, because that is the gift of the healthy relationship, is it is the view that allows for the opening up of the energetic possibilities. Bottom of the deck on today's reading, Knight of Pentacles in its upright. The thing with the Knight of Pentacles in its upright um, has to do, I keep on seeing it has to do with, I'm just going to say it right now, working through frustrations, you know, like there's a little bit of this energy here in relationality to working through frustrations. Um, and the one thing I think I keep on seeing um, has to do right now with the fact that, and I'm going to say this again, masculine and feminine are both doing this work in different ways right now. I've been seeing this throughout the week. Feminine has been feeling very much like they need some kind of energetic support. Like I see something here of the feminine just building into that expansion point in terms of kind of feeling like that emotionality. Masculine has been much more in hermit mode this week. This is also not the first time we've seen this hermit card coming up this week. So masculine has been going a little bit more inward. So I'm going to say it again. Make sure if you need something, make sure you're asking if the person's available for it. Because I keep on saying everyone's kind of struggling under this energy. So like if like it's like, I feel like instead of saying like the best way I can describe it, instead of saying like I need a hug, is being like, are you available for a hug? Is what I keep on seeing. Because there's something about working through that adaptability, right? The ability of not, don't presume someone is feeling the way that you're feeling right now. Take the temperature. Like I'm getting here like heavy. We're going to be studying the temperance card next week. And a lot of the temperance card is making sure that you take the temperature, which is saying like, are you available for this right now? Because I keep on seeing, especially with like the Mercury in its, Mercury in Gemini, it's easy to get wires crossed right now, and it's easy to misinterpret. It's easy to misunderstand things, or to like feel like what you're like another person like another person, like I keep on seeing, like, if someone's like being very like if someone's being very introverted right now, like they might not be ignoring you, is what I hear. Like if someone is being like, like don't jump to conclusions, is all I keep on hearing, because I keep on seeing that there's this recognizing that feeling that there's a lot happening. It's happening to all of us. So again, kind of like lead into a lot of this energy right now, giving others the benefit of the doubt. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to catch that reading. Most importantly, please remember, I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the death card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 8 p.m. PST. 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. I am so excited to teach this card to you. It's a fascinating card. We are going to talk about the symbology of the card. We are going to talk about the history of the card. I'm going to work you through spread applications, how to read that card any direction it may appear in your own tarot readings. And I will be giving you a special tarot spread that you can take with you out of that class. And all you need to do, if you'd like to be part of that class program, is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we are studying or have learned thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to, if you choose to receive it, a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top, you'll also find my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you recaps on what we've been seeing energetically. I recently wrote one about how to navigate this full moon in Gemini that we just this new moon in Gemini that we just experienced most effectively. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that we can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the dream interpretation reading package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you so much for being here today and receiving these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to channeling. You got our highest gifter today. You will be getting a free reading. And thank you, Ava. You came in second, so you will also have an additional card pull when we do the one card readings for subscribers. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you want to see today's full spread, it will be photographed and posted in our Substack when we post the podcast later today. All right, where were we? Hi there, Minnie. That's, hold on, riding the waves of Gemini energy. I like that. I like the way you're describing that. I think that's a good way of navigating this energy right now, V. Alexandra, whoa, sudden dip of emotion. And then another moment like, yes, let's be productive. Exactly. Kaya, this makes sense. I've been going through it, and Gemini is in my 12th house on top of that. Yeah, that'll have a lot of impact on you, Kaya. Hi there, Belinda. Ava, I always feel like this energy, it feels so much like a warm hug now. You see? Exactly. It changes a lot. Yes, trying to plan a little spa day while I'm there. Woo! Going on vacation, Bridget. Expect the unexpected energy. Exactly. Same. Yep. That's great. That's so cool. Doing too much. You doing too much. The Empress is always doing too much, man. You know? Some just make me want to drink. Yes, I don't like to drink anymore. So spa. I want bangs. Again, Alexandra, honestly, if you've wanted bangs for a while, I'm okay with it. If you just decided today you want bangs, please sit on it for a minute, okay? Exactly. How long you've been wanting them. Yep. Love the new. Oh, thank you so much, Bex. Yep, I just got them. I've never had bangs for almost 3 years now. There you go. So just give it a minute, okay? Gemini season, everything's got to come in twos. It's true. There are so many extra cards out today. It's wild. And the desire comes and goes for the last year. Maybe wait till this energy passes. Exactly. You look good with bangs. If not, Gemini, why? If not Gemini, why twin shaped? I love that. I love that, Bridget. You could always try those bangs that can hide away too. That's true. That's true. Yep. And Wawa, thank you for the follow. Yep. Clip it back. I like that plan. Val, thank you as well for the gifts. Yep. Make it look like a part of the layers. Jenna, thank you for those hearts. Grand Rising, Heather. Hi there, little bit. Oh, I do my best to explain them, Jenna. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Past is calling, and they're blaming me for their choices in life. I choose boundaries. There you go. Strong work, Aurelie. Continue to support those boundaries. Hi there, Vivian. To get on the list, Jenna, all you do is send the donation and you get added to the list here. You're so welcome, Wawa. Hi there, Open. Aurelie, dudes from the past. Not mastering with my energy. Oh, dear. All right. One moment. I just lost my spot. They can't stop. I continue. I mean, again, work towards what feels like it's an energetic alignment to you. Especially again, especially if you articulated to another what your standards are, make sure they're being respected. Tarot, thank you for the follow. And Open Neen, thank you for those roses. Thank you guys. Thank you, Channeling, for becoming a member of my team. Guys, just a reminder to please renew your heart me's today. Anyone with a renewed heart me who's a subscriber will also be getting an animal spirit guide card in their one cards. Oh, Aurelie, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I know the tower makes others anxious. I know. It's not, I gotta tell you right now, with the cards I'm seeing, I don't see this as like, it feels like observational, you know? Beautifully said, Val. The tower's a chance to rebuild. Therapy, thank you. AJ, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to be on the list. List is open. Jaws, thank you for the follow. D, the only one who from heart supported. Rest is still sending you so much support, Aurelie. This is making me tear up. I'm so glad this message connected, Kaya. Sending you support on your journey. Excellent. Thank you as well. Good. Bookish, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Hydra. Hi there, Creative. The lead singer from Journey sitting 5 feet from you? That's dope. Tell him I said hi. My son loves you. I do too. I'm grateful and thankful in peaceful place due to hard work. Anything isn't my energy to live. Thank you for the call. I mean, again, Aurelie, I feel like you're describing. I mean, like you're just working in like identify what's in alignment to you. You know, and don't get into a space of having to argue your boundaries right now. Darcy, thank you for the compliment. Hi there, Sanu. Right on. My dreams are back on the right path. My own dreams now too. I recognize I dreamt theirs in past. That's wild. I also do dream interpretations here, Aurelie. And just a reminder, if anyone has information that you would like to share with me for the point of the reading. Oh, I haven't seen that one before. Thank you, Anne. You can include the information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it. If you're in our Discord, if you're a subscriber, you have access to our Discord channel, and you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord in the appropriate channels. Excellent. Alyssa, thank you for those roses. Never fail, always progress. I love that. And thank you for those gifts. Thank you for the compliment, Asen. Hi there, I am. Hi there, Ozzy. Thank you for the follow. Hi there, Tay. I needed to hear this today. I'm so glad, Rachel. And Tia, thank you for sharing the live. Great way to phrase it. Thank you, Miss Nikki. Good to see you today. This is exactly what I've been experiencing, and I didn't think about that. I'm glad to hear that this is helping you get a better handle on what you've been experiencing right now. Alon, thank you for those gifts. Aurelie, always ask with kindness. Heard many others are demanding who are following. It's not the energy. Beautifully said. It's never, listen, courtesy, it's not courteous to insist, right? And niceness is not courtesy, right? You can be discourteous while you're being nice. Christine, thank you for sharing the live. You're so welcome, Alyssa. I have my own tarot cards. That's wonderful. Is there one more for me? Yakov, if we're doing personal readings now, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation and you'll be added to the list. All right, you're so welcome, Aurelie. You're being good, Bridget. Good, Bridget. Thank you, Sheriff, for the sharing the live. SD, thank you for the follow. Had to take my call. Can come back at the end of the collective. No problem, Alexander. Again, if you missed any part of this, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. And Beck, thank you for the follow. All right. Thank you as well, Andrielle. Grand Rising, Beck. Thank you for sharing the live. You're so welcome, Andrell. Thank you for being here and receiving it. Ruth, I'm sending you so much support on that, but if you'd like to get on the list, we can see if we can get more clarity on it. Rachel, thank you for the follow. The list is open, Gabrielle, if you'd like to get on it, dear. Hi there from South Africa, Eileen. Hope you're doing well. Chidi, welcome, Elvis. Happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. What's up, Ugo? Finally, an OG deck. I only do the OG. I mean, this isn't the OG deck, but you know, I mean, I teach on this one, so this is the best deck to teach on. Thank you so much for being here, Just Steve, and thank you for the follow. Ugo, if you want a reading, all you have to do is send a donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. You'll be the fifth person read for today. Chidi, welcome. Thank you for introducing yourself several times. Please don't spam the live with the same statement. It's not courteous to those who are trying to communicate through it. I thank you for appreciating and respecting the rules of the chat. Hi there, Heel. I hope you have a rich rising too, and sending you the same. You have a great day. And thank you so much, JL, for the follow. Are we on personals? We're about to get started. I believe you're first on the list, Chrissy. And Chengu, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Kia. Rebecca, thank you for sharing the live. And thank you as well. Open, thank you for those gifts. Should I send my question? So the way you can do that channeling is you are a when we get to your question, you can send it. If it'll fit in the chat, you can post it there. If it's longer or you have information you want to share with me that you feel is relevant to the reading, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord, because I see that you are a subscriber, so you should have access, and you can post it there. Minnie, out of curiosity, do you have a tarot deck that you use that is only for you? I mean, I feel like I mean, when you say only for me, oh, do you mean like I have one that I only read on myself with? Not particularly. Not that I can think about, like think on. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not, you may notice, I'm not someone who's very precious with my decks. My decks go through like the ringer. So I typically grab the one that's at hand. I usually use my Smith weight. You guys have probably noticed I'm integrating a new deck because this is the second one that I'm about to, I've had to retire one deck so far. This one is getting close to retirement. And so like there's just becomes a point because I use them so much that they start to fall apart. So we've been getting this deck ready to step in. Like this is like put me in, coach. You know, this is my put me in, coach deck. Amelia, happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the first person read for. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, Minnie. And like you know, and here's the thing, like I know some people have those, and I always say, like, if it works for you, great. Like, you know, whatever works, works. For me, I get comfortable with a deck. I need to I need like I look for durability. And the sad thing for me is I've got decks I wish I could read with more often, but they're just not strong enough to navigate day-to-day use. You know, this is why I often recommend this particular deck, because not only did they go back to Pamela's pictures to make sure that they color corrected for it, but it's also US Game System, the company that made this deck. They're very durable cards. Like I'll keep a deck like this for a couple of years before I have to retire it. All right. I've got you there channeling. So I might, when we get to your question, I'll refer back to that, but thank you for posting it there. What do I do with a retired deck? It's a great question. I usually just put it somewhere and thank you for its service. You did good. You did good. You know, it's just, you know, I've been thinking about things I could do with them. You know, I would like to do something with them. I just had, you know, I feel like with me, I sit on things until I'm called on them. So I feel like I'll figure out the right thing to do with them when the time is right. The deck I'm specifically reading for today, Bayam, and if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, you can always feel free to correct me. This is specifically the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. This is the borderless version by US Game System. You're so welcome, Bex. It's super durable. Like these cards, you see me, I'm not easy with them. I'm so glad you said that about the decks, because I thought when you did my reading, all cards not used. What do you mean by all cards not used? And thank you as well. Yeah, I mean, I thought about that too, Mary. I mean, again, I'm not really much of a scrapbooker. That's like honestly just the thing. You know, I would like to think about someone I could, but I don't. I gotta head out real quick. I'll be back in about 20. Listen, you won't miss your reading here, channeling. So I've got you right now. You're fourth on the list, which would say to me you're probably going to be read for in about 45, like 30, 45 minutes. But if you're not here, you get put to the hold list. So you're never going to miss your reading if you get on the list. Excellent. I know, Bridget. It's a good idea, but again, I mean, in order to do that, I would need a table, you know. All right, we're gonna get started on personal readings. No, you're not being difficult at all. Absolutely not. That's totally reasonable questions you're asking. All right, but if anybody does want to get on the list right now, now is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the fourth person read for. And also, we are at 21.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages those who have not received these messages before to find them. So thank you so much for helping to share these messages. Oh, they're new, virtual. Okay, first person we're reading for today is Crystal. Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi. Challenge accepted. I like that, Beck. All right. And hi there on the place where we keep the videos. We just completed BM. We just completed the collective read. We're moving into personal readings now. Hello there, official. And Chrissy, I'm just waiting for your question to come up. I'm just not seeing it yet. And just a reminder, if anyone missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Got it. Highest priority. Okay. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Oh, 5 cards, because you were the first person on the list for today. Hmm. You know, I see somebody like, I see someone going through like a period of deep contemplation, is what I'm identifying here. You know, and I keep on hearing like there's something. I keep on hearing somebody like going through something about saying like working through some kind of context of identifying that when we hold on, like when we hold on to the wrong things, we let go. Like there's something really important that I see that's happening right now in relationality to another person, recognizing what their priorities are is all I keep on seeing. And you know, I see some kind of you know, I see some kind of energy of someone like this says to me like this speaks to me of someone who potentially um like had to like mature too quickly is what I'm seeing, you know? Like it feels like someone who became very, very self-reliant, um, I often read for energy like this of someone who's become very, very self-reliant early on because it speaks towards identifying um, that it's like I keep on hearing them say, I have to look out for me. But the difficulty that I'm seeing around a situation or circumstance is like that same energy, that same energy, like that same directive that they had to work through is causing them like all sorts of problems in relationality to partnership. Because I keep on hearing, like, I feel like, I keep on seeing someone that comes towards partnership and when like and I keep on hearing, and this is why like I always look out for me um becomes a problem the minute someone starts saying to another person, I care about you. Because I keep on seeing it's like when someone when I only care about me meets I care about you, then I care about me looks at I care about you and says, what's in it for you? Is what I keep on seeing. Like I see someone who has a hard time trusting others' genuineness as it relates to the expression of care. Like it feels like someone that was told not to trust others' intentions, you know? Like it's saying to me that there's something about that wherein, you know, it just feels to me like it's that perpetual space of the fact that when someone tells them that they care about them, they genuinely have a hard time believing it. Um, and I feel that there's something occurring right now that's helping them recognize and identify that when you say that the same thing when you say I look out for me, you're never letting anyone else in, right? It's I keep on hearing there's no way to build like a healthy relationship in that vector. And so I keep on identifying that there's something about that here where like I see someone thinking very heavily about the past. And I feel like I keep on hearing someone say, maybe I was taught the wrong lesson. Like maybe I looked at an experience of something that happened to me and I took the wrong message from it, right? Because I keep on hearing when someone tries to tell us something, right? When someone tries to tell us something that is important for us to know, what we really have to see is whether that person is happy, right? Because the I keep on getting the quality of another person's advice that they give us is directly proportional to the condition by which we find that person. Because if not, like sometimes we are getting advice on how to be as sad as the person that gave us the advice. And so I almost see some kind of space where someone realizes that they've been carrying some kind of family legacy of sadness. I see somebody who's like recognizing some kind of quality and characteristic within themselves. And I feel like in that way, I think the thing I'm kind of identifying here is like I almost see somebody saying, "What?" Like I keep on hearing, identifying is half the problem, right? Like identifying is half the battle. The other half is figuring out what to do about it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I keep on like again, I keep on hearing someone saying, like knowing why one is the way that one is doesn't stop. I keep wondering, knowing why one is the way one is doesn't stop one from being the way one is what I keep on this is what I keep on seeing about the fact that someone feels like they're in a rut, because I keep on hearing, like, I feel like somebody's had a breakthrough in being able to recognize and identify why they are the way that they are, but yet but yet, like, we're like, okay, like, they're like that's half of it. The other half is like, is how does one fix that? How does one correct it? Because I see even now, like, there it's like being able to do so requires them to be able to be vulnerable. And I feel like they're literally feeling like they're feeling the resistance point of their own self that's like, we can't do that. Like, we can't do that. But I keep on hearing, like it feels like like I keep on hearing, like, a lot of, like, a what now energy around someone, or someone, like, trying to figure out, like, what they can do because they've recognized something about themselves that feels like it may be holding them back from healthy partnership, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chrissy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the one, two, three, fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Brigetta. Brigetta, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also, friends, we are at 24.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Got it on the disc. I love it. And thank you so much, guys. We're at 24.5K likes. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K and I'll be able to do that giveaway. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Miss Seago, also just a reminder, I saw that individual that came in while I was doing that reading. Pardon me. Please remember, a legitimate reader will never ask you to message them. We don't do that. Make sure you're staying, and this is my only account, and I will never reach out to you for a reading. Stay safe out there. Okay. Oh, Chrissy, you got those cards when you pulled for yourself earlier, but not the 10 of Cups. It was the Lovers. Well, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you're seeing it from the perspective of yourself, then, like, let that serve as confirmation. Like, I see, so, like, the thing is, it's like they have to, like, I feel like the message with the 2 of Cups is, like, they have to mutually recognize where the work is. Like, that's a space of saying you can't fix it unless they also mutually identify what needs to be worked upon, because if not, you just perpetuate the cycle, right? Sending you so much support on that journey. All right. And again, you have a blessed day, CJ. Lakali, so true. Oh, sending you support on that journey as well, dear. How do I get my hair? Okay, you get your hair color this color by waiting. You just wait. You just wait. You have a blessed day, CJ. And Lakali, thank you for the follow. Beck, thank you for those gifts. And thank you, Odun, for the follow as well. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Murtada, thank you for the follow. And we got it on the Discord. Thank you. He just reached out recently. I'm hoping things go in a good direction. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. That's when my looks myself best too. Hi there, Fuzzy. Oh, it's been a minute. How you doing, Fuzzy? That's when my hair looks best too. Excellent. And Rebecca, thank you for sharing the live. Bear with me a moment as I pull up Bridget's question. All right. And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, now is a great time to get on the list. You will be the one, two, three, you'll be the fourth person read for right now. And always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, where are we? Where is it? All right. And just a reminder, if you are on the list and have information that you would like to include or share with me in your reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life reading you would like more information on, you can include that information either in the, you can either include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in the subscriber only Discord channel in the allocated channels. All right. One moment, please. Excellent. All right, we've got outside tea. Let's see, outside tea. In my dream, I'm with Meredith, an old employer and friend, as well as her two kids. We're walking together when suddenly an avalanche of stones begins to slide down a slope towards her. She doesn't seem alarmed or in a rush to move. The stones start small but quickly grow larger, eventually falling on her until she's buried. I remember thinking, she's going to need a lot of support after this, and hoping she'll survive. The scene shifts, and I'm in the kitchen with her children and her husband, trying to get some food in their stomachs before we head out, presumably to go see Meredith. I rush them to the car, but I notice her husband is distracted. Off to the side, some boys are hiding in the trees, recording us with a video camera. He's trying to get them to stop. Meredith's children are already in the car, and I press the garage door opener. When the garage opens, there's a family standing there, all dressed in matching pale blue pajamas. They're smiling, elderly, and sweet in demeanor. And that's the last thing I remember before waking up. I thought this was weird when I woke up too, because we were already outside in the car. So I don't know why I would open the garage doors. We were already outside in the car, so I don't know why I opened the garage doors. Interesting. Okay. Can I please get four cards for Bridget related to the reading? So it's really interesting because the dream, and I want to describe, like, one of the things I think is really important to recognize that we need to talk about is we've been doing a lot of work with you in the dream space. So we're starting to be able to pick up upon particular themes in your dreams. And one of the things that we're seeing that is occurring right now has to do with the space of, we keep on seeing that partnership A lot of the dreams that you're having right now are talking about partnership. And the thing that we keep on seeing has to do with potentially, and I like the intimacy that is energetically required in order to maintain and sustain a partnership. And it's beautiful because we see this in the parallel of these two perspectives as it relates to your friend. And in the first, and it is basically right, it is the basically the pro and con list of being in energetic union with someone, right? Because in the first one, this could be the worst case scenario in relationality to what can happen to us when we're in partnership. And that is, it's very important that you spoke about the fact that in the first part of the dream, you didn't mention um, the husband. You mentioned that you just saw your friend with their two kids. And when they're walking together, there was an avalanche of stones that started to slope towards her. And she didn't seem alarmed or in a rush to move. And the stones started small, but they quickly grew larger and eventually fell on her until she was buried. And you remember thinking, she's going to need a lot of support after this, and hoping she'll survive. This could be talking about the fears that you have as it relates to partnership and the dissolution of a partnership, right? Because that sense of being stoned, right? Something that starts to change and leaves you in a space that, again, you would effectively, you're saying, like, that space of understanding the support and the fear of them surviving has to do potentially with the fear that the relationship that they're in will potentially erode, right? So it's the feeling that the thing that's supposed to give you safety, right, the mountain of the relationship becomes an avalanche, right? It's a conversation about the things, the fear that we often carry with the things that we depend upon and rely upon that fall apart, and the anxiety that you may have as it relates to relationship in building into the intimacy it takes to grow in that way because of the vulnerability point that it puts you in. So this is giving one optics in terms of how you may see the negatives of being articulated in being in a partnership that becomes so foundational to another's existence through that energetic fear that was expressed in the first part of the reading or in the dream. Now, the second part of the dream shows the pros, right? The second part of the dream shows you an alternate perspective, right? So this is like the guide. So I feel like the first one is working through the space of your fears. The guides are saying this is why you're afraid of this. The second energy, the second one is the counterpoint to the dream, which is again this the scene shifts, but now you're in the kitchen with her children and her husband, and you're trying to get food and nourishment. So again, the relationship that provides nourishment. Okay. Oh, okay, to go see Meredith, yes. And when you rush to the car, you notice that her husband's distracted. Off to the side, some boys, and I think it's important because you mentioned the boys were wearing orange, are hiding in the tree and they're recording you with video cameras. And he's trying to get them to stop. So this is talking about the opposite. Now we've got the opposite. Now your friend is not there, right? Now your friend is not there, but now the counterpart's there. And we see that that ability, right? The ability of seeing someone um, doing something that they shouldn't be doing, right? like they're doing something that is like they should not be doing. And the husband or the partner, the counterpart, they can come in and protect. This is the benefit, as it were, because what can a good counterpart relationship do? They can see things that we can't see, right? They become our eyes effectively. So it's interesting because the dream is showing you the point and counterpoint of your own doubts, your own hopes and fears as it relates to the pros and cons of entering into energetic divine union, right? The fear is the fear of relying on something that becomes so foundational to you that if something happens to it, you don't know if you'll be able to survive it. The benefit is the ability to know that you have eyes in rooms that you're not in. That if, even if something, like it is the space of knowing that your will is being made manifest by someone that holds your own energetic standards via the protection of the counterpart, being able not only to protect the children, but being able to see something that you yourself could not see, right? It's the ability of them like catching someone doing something that they should not be doing. Um, Now, when we get to the space of the garage opening, and you mentioned the fact that it was a bit odd that you said that there was a family there, okay? They were just all standing there dressed in matching pale blue pajamas. And they're smiling and they're sweet in demeanor. You know, I think it's really interesting because I'm getting this kind of message with the family in the garage. And it has to do with the fact that you mentioned the fact that you didn't need to open the garage. And the thing with the family in the garage that I think is really beautiful about this dream is that they feel almost incongruous there. Um, but the fact that they were all in pale blue pajamas is it's the message about the fact that when we are in it's interesting too because I feel like the family in the garage is talking about fate. Like we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. Like we don't know what can occur with the energy around us, right? It's very much in alignment with what we've been identifying during this Gemini season, right? Like a lot of the work that we see that is happening right now in the stream is working through the fear of change, right? And when we care about things, we often fear change. But the space of the fact that you saw the family in the blue pajamas, it says in the end, right? Because the pajamas are what we do when we go to sleep. Um, we're all together, right? And I think it's important that you describe them as elderly because, um, in a way, I think that this is the wild part about this dream. This almost feels like you observing the context of a relationship the perception of a Saturn return, right? And in the first cycle of the Saturn return, you look at relationship and you say, um, I can't get one of those. The risk is too great, right? Like you were looking at something and saying, big risk, big reward. The risk is too great. It's not worth the risk. The second Saturn return, you say, it's worth the risk because I don't know what's going to happen, but it's worth it because it's the prioritization point of knowing the love that comes through, not in terms of the condition of the relationship, but being able to build into a space that you know someone is your eyes, someone that prioritizes things the same way as you do, right? And so it's interesting because in the first space, it was the individual. In the second space, it became about the children. And then in the third tier of the dream, it becomes the dream of the family, which says the Saturn return says, in the end, what happens isn't as important. All that's important is that we're together with each other throughout it, no matter what happens, right? So the idea of the whole family that is sitting in the garage in pale blue pajamas and they're smiling and they're sweet in demeanor says, in a way, it's like a counterpoint to the whole dream. And it says, what happens is immaterial. What the love comes through in the ability to be with one another unconditionally, right? Even if we're just sitting in a garage together, right? It is the unconditional love that is articulated that says, I will be with you every step of the way, no matter what happens. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the hangman and its reversal. I feel like it's a guide dream because they're effectively showing you like three different optics by which you can look at divine union, right? You can look at divine union from the fear, right? Too big of a risk. What, can't do that, right? It's too much for me. Like I could not, I can't navigate that risk. The cost is too high. Or you can look at it so much for the space of working through the second aspect, which is saying, what happens to me is not important. The love is understanding someone that holds the standards, right? It's the ability of saying that the positive is the gift, the reward is like having knowing that there's someone there that always has my back. And or you can look at it in terms of saying we always like what the love comes through and being able to know that no matter what happens, we will be with each other throughout it, that we do it like we do it together. So I feel like there's something so much about that because I feel like that I would not be surprised if this is talking about the way your own perception of relationship has shifted over the years, and specifically potentially related to the key dates of your Saturn returns. And I feel like there again, everything we keep on seeing in your dream space is keeps on saying to me, it's trying to show you how far you've come and why like you had to go through it. Because something about navigating these cycles, like they're almost showing you how much your perception has changed, which is why they're saying that you're strong enough to be able to navigate it, right? Because I keep on hearing the question is never whether you want it. The question is whether you're ready for it. And I keep on seeing there's something about this that's articulating that readiness. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is I've got Tempest. Tempest, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Thank you so much for that gift, Bridget. Also, friends, we are at 29.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Hi there, Tempest. Highest priority, please, for Tempest. Highest priority, please. I just see Oh, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments before I go through continue reading this. Just bear with me a moment. And Rebecca, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Jang. I'm the first person to call you by your legal name here. Oh, excellent. Well, I'm just reading your username. Excellent. I'm doing well today, Margartha. How are you doing? Also, I didn't know the other thing was relevant. No, no, I think it is. Um, you know, I feel like the thing about it that I'm seeing, um, you know, the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to that is, and I keep on hearing, like the reason is because I keep on hearing it's to show the fact that they weren't related is what I keep on seeing is coming through. Like it's saying to me, and that's and the thing about it, it's interesting too, because and it's funny because I kept on hearing when I kept on reading into that, they're saying not related, because then the word not related is also in the context of identifying the fact that um the one circumstance was not related to the other is what I keep on seeing, which is saying like the non-relationality, right? Because the separate, like, and I want to point this out, like this is what's beautiful about it. The one space is like, I feel like in a way when I was seeing there was that was actually the guides coming towards you, because even in the space of the individuals that were present, the fact that they were the fact that they, I need to point this out, the fact that they were showing you something with different eyes was actually, like, I keep on hearing those were the guides saying, think about it, look at it this way. Like, okay, so that's the thing I keep on seeing, and that was really profound about the dream, Bridget, is the guides were coming through in the optics of those individuals. And that's why they said, think about it this way, because even as the father was protecting against the energy that they saw was filming them, it was the guides that were appearing and saying, look at it this way. Like the look at it this way was what they were trying to say in relationality to creating like something to show you someone rising to protect something instead of running away. And that was even why, like, again, with them being in the garage, because it's the incongruity of something saying, in like, this is how we see it. Like everything in the end, like what happens is immaterial. What is important is how we navigate it together, if that makes sense. Oh, thank you for the compliment, user 546. And Poe, thank you for the follow. Saba, thank you for the follow as well. And Poe, thank you for those gifts. Yep, that's a fear. And thank you, Denise, for those gifts as well. You're so welcome back. Yes, I feel like they have been with me every step, even though they're not here in the physical. That's beautiful. No problem. Have a great day, dear. I'm just recently been feeling it. Their calmness to divine union now with no urgency. You're so welcome, Bridget. All right, we're doing Tempest, please. All right. Um, so I keep on here, here's the thing about it. Completely different topic. Another person's fear is not your responsibility, is what I keep on hearing. And I know, like, I see it here. Like, I know that there's something that's coming through on this. Like I see some kind of, it feels almost like, and it's interesting because I've got two different energies around you right now. Okay. One energy is like incredibly hot and cold. Like this is like Like this is a lot of like if this is someone that like appears and then disappears, like it's giving me a lot of this um I don't know why I'm getting like why aren't you chasing me kind of thing. Like help me get out of my shell. It's not your job to get someone out of their shell. That's their job, is what I keep on hearing, you know? Um and the thing about it is, and I feel like at the same time, I see someone near you that's like showing you what it feels like when someone's like putting the work in. Like I keep on getting these messages like never, never like never are we stronger than we have the ability of communicating our feeling. It's not like a relationship is not a tag, you're it. And now I see somebody on the sidelines who feels like I see them like with their jaw dropped because I feel like it's almost somebody who was completely confident that you were coming back in some capacity, but instead you just moved on, you know? This is why we don't play tag, is what I'm getting. Relationships are not a game of keep away. We don't, and I keep on hearing too, like we don't hold ourselves hostage, is what I'm getting too. Because it does. It feels like someone who is like, say goodbye to this. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me something going. I literally see someone going like, say goodbye to this, And then I see someone being like I just see someone like looking at a watch, you know, being like any minute now, any minute, I can set a clock to it. Any minute now. What's going oh my and now their jaws on the floor? Like now their jaws on the floor? Like it's like what did you it's like I see someone and I see them going, what is happening? And I see you going, what did you expect? And if they're not answering what did you expect, they can't tell you. This is why. They can't tell you because what are they going to say? I was holding myself. I didn't really want to go. I keep on hearing someone go. I see someone being like, they got their fist in their mouth because they're going. I didn't. I see them going. I didn't mean. I didn't mean. I didn't mean goodbye. Is what I keep on hearing them say. I keep on hearing them go. I didn't mean goodbye. Goodbye. I meant like. I keep on hearing someone say. I didn't mean goodbye. I meant come get me. But again, this is why we say what we mean and we mean what we say. And we don't say things to get our way, you know? And so I just got to stress this right now. Like if you're moving forward, if you've got something productive that is occurring right now, and if someone's now coming towards you, like trying to wax poetic about something that happened, I think that this is like, and I keep on hearing like, this is why we don't try to teach lessons by retracting our energy from situations to enact change. Because when we try to play keep away with our energy, we often walk right into a very hard lesson, you know? And I feel kind of bad for this person. I can see someone like I can see someone that's like they're going through it. I can see someone that like But also, like, I can also see someone who, I see someone recognizing the fact, like, I hear them saying, I have no one but myself to blame," you know? Because I just keep on seeing that there's some kind of new energy coming towards you right now that I just keep on hearing, like, you know, I keep on hearing them say, "I know what to do with a treasure," is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like this person does not like that other person, because I keep on hearing them say, "You don't make a treasure chase you." Like, you don't make a you don't you don't make a treasure chase you. Um, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing someone say, "Energy that needs time to think is energy that doesn't know what they want," is all I keep hearing too. Energy that needs time to think. I keep on hearing someone saying, like, energy that needs time to think is energy that doesn't know what they want. Um, and I'm also getting something really important, which is saying to me, um, if you've been in separation with someone and whatever this new thing is that's coming towards you, I keep on hearing count the days. Count the days that someone had to rectify something. Count the days that someone had to tell you how I feel, is what I keep on hearing, because I just keep on seeing another person coming to their senses should not be conditional in seeing them move towards a joy that they were refusing to give you. I keep on hearing that. Someone coming to their senses should not be conditional in depriving you of the joy that you deserve having. And I miss you does not mean I want the same things as you. And I'm not, and I keep on hearing someone say, I keep on hearing someone, and I keep on hearing, "We're not finished yet" is not an apology, is what I keep on hearing too. This is big. "We're not finished yet" is not an apology. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like it's like I see some kind of situation where you told someone ano your standards, and they feel like they walked away from you because they're waiting for you to get off your high horse. Your standards are not a high horse. If this is a situation where someone's trying to tell you that you're being like that you're being lofty in terms of asking things from them, like, that's just like, that's like a healthy relationship is not one that asks you to lower the bar in order to maintain it. It raises the bar. So, especially if this is someone who, walked away from you in some kind of context where they were trying to say, like, "Stop making demands of me. Stop, like, get off your high horse." Like, who are you, you, I keep on hearing your manifestations are not, they're not conditional on how much time passes. And that's why I said, even now, if this energy comes back to you and they say, have you dropped it yet?" Like, that's a bookmark. It's not a chalkboard erase moment, right? Especially if this is someone who's tried to, like, walk away every time you're having a hard conversation. Like, that's someone trying to train you not to, like, complain, right? Someone who walks away every time there's a hard conversation is trying to train you not to complain. So I keep on hearing it's not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. You pick back up exactly where you left off, or there's nothing to talk about. And I keep on hearing, remember, If you're starting to build into a new relationship with someone and they try to say they need to meet with you for closure, there's no such thing ever. There's never been a closing conversation in all of existence. Closing conversations are trying to open things again. You decide what closure is. They don't, you don't, and if they try to say you owe me closure, you don't owe them anything, especially if they were the one that walked away in the first place. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Tempest. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks My Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And guys, we are at 32.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for doing your part in helping to share these messages. We are doing today here, if you'd like to get on the list, dream interpretation readings, highest priority messages from spirit. We're also doing angelic guidance readings. We do mediumship readings here. We do past life readings. We do pet readings. You can find the full list that we read for over on my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Also, if you are joining us across any of the other apps, you can also get on the list for today, and you'll be included to the list from the same in the same way. All right, I'm going to again take a moment, and now's a great time to get on the list. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the third person read for. I sent a reading request. Okay, Nix, I'm going to read the list right now. I've got. I don't see you here. Let me confirm your spot on the list, Nix. 1 second, dear. Please hold. There we go. And also, guys, we are at 33.2K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. All right. 1 second. There we go. Excellent. All right, I've got you too. Come on. Good to see you. All right. All right, I'm going to read the list I have now. Good to see you, dear. I hope you're well. I'm going to read the list I have now. If I have not named you and you are on the list, I've also got, hold on, I've also got Holly. Hold on a minute. Correction, I've got Holly and come on. Excellent. We've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. All right. Yep, new hand tattoos, dear. I hope you've been well. You sent a baby dragon. Excellent, Nikki. We've got 3 spots today before the list will be closed. And Alexandra, I know I've got you, dear. You are after channeling. Channeling's the next person on the list. We got the list right now is channeling, Alexandra, Holly, Kamal, and Nikki. All right, where were we? I'm just going to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. X, thank you for the follow. Amber, thank you for the follow. That would be my Gemini X. I closed the door and I'm not reopening it ever again. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Dramatic exit. Yeah. Say goodbye to this. All right. He is all drama, unstable, very needy, even though he gives, oh dear, sending you so much support. So much support. He expects me to have unconditional love for him, even though he hurts me all the time. Oh dear, sending you so much support. Hi there, Dwayne. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Heavily focused on dreams and goals now. Hi, channeling. It's your turn. Perfect timing. The other energy could be a new person that just entered my life. Very stable, disciplined, and confident. Yep. I definitely see this new energy. I like this. I like this. But that's what I said. Count the days someone had to fix something. Like they're not, if they come back singing a different tune and there's someone around you, that's not someone who's had some kind of profound change of heart. Luna, thank you for the follow. And Caitlin, thank you for the follow. There you go. I like that. I like that. I like that statement. Vivi, how are you doing, dear? Hope you're doing well today. He always wanted me, guys, make sure that you give Vivi a follow. Excellent reader as well. Oop, 1 second. I was trying to pin you. I wasn't trying to invite you, Vivi. I was trying to pin you. I'm good at this app. I'm good at this app. All right. He always wanted me to lower. He always wanted me to lower my dreams, goals, and standards. Everything for him. I mean, I see somebody who says you're for me, not for everybody else. Like there's insecurity there. Like that's what I kept on seeing. That's what I kept on saying. Like it's somebody. I keep on hearing someone say you're for me, but like it's like you can be for other people too. Is what I see. You know. You're so welcome, Tempest. Good to see you. I hope you're well, and thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on your journey. Oh, thank you as well for receiving. Oh, it's Nikki and Coop. Hi, guys. Hi, both of you. Oh, I'm so glad you both appreciated those messages. I hope you're doing well. April, welcome. I got you, Nix. I believe I got you. Did you hear your name on the list? Nope, it's okay. All right. Yep, cool. I thought that was you. All right. And Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Rich Rising, Erica. Scorpio. Scorpio. I like that. Scorpio, thank you for the follow. Mitch, if you'd like to get on the list, I've got 3 more spots today before the list is closed. Cassandra, thank you for that beautiful gift. Tekla, thank you for the follow. All right. Second call right now for channeling. Channeling, if you're not here, we're moving on to Alexandra. Alexandra, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, please? Oh. Can the next person be first? Yes. Hold on. All right. I'm looking for channeling. If not channeling, the next person on the list for today is Nix. Nix, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi there, Lotus. Where'd everybody go? Where'd everybody go? All right. Second call. Channeling, channeling, channeling. All right. Holly, Nix, Nix, channeling, Nix, channeling, Nix, channeling, Nix, channeling, Nix. Come on. You're next. Oh, wait, never mind. Wait. Come on, wait. All right. I'm here. I'm here. Currently going through, oh dear, a divorce with another connection outside. Okay. Just wanting to see if any message I should know. I got you. Sending you support on that journey. 3 cards, please. All right. I keep on hearing, I feel like you have to write this somewhere really big, somewhere you can look at it every day, which is above the belt. Thank you, Harvey. Above the belt is what I keep on hearing. And I think that might be difficult. You know? Like, I wish I could say that the energy around you, um, is gonna kinda be in that same vibration, but I keep on hearing that, um, like, like, you being above the belt is not conditional to another person's reactivity, is all I keep on hearing. Um, which says I keep on hearing that, like, your goal, as it were, in some kind of separation state is, remember, like, your goal is civil, is all I keep on hearing. And I because I keep on, I feel like there's something important about that too, because, you know, I see some kind of storyteller energy around the situation here. You know what I mean? Like, I just keep on seeing someone that tries to keep on painting, and I just gotta point this out. Energy like this, like things I'm seeing here, it's like I keep on hearing that, like, I'm just trying to read into this a little bit. I keep on hearing there's a difference between I have a right to versus I know what's right, is all I keep on hearing. And I feel like there's something really important, like, as it relates to something here, because, like, that space or that recognition point of, and I know it feels like it's energetically impossible now, but I genuinely see, like, trying to work in some capacity of saying, I hope we can be friends on the other side of this. And when we say, like, I hope we can be friends on the other side of this, it doesn't mean, I keep on hearing, remember, it doesn't mean that we will be friends. It means, like, we're not carrying, like, we're doing everything we can not to let something, like, turn us into someone that we don't aspire to be, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like there's something important about that, because I almost feel like there's some kind of energy around you that, it's like there's giddy energy. You know what I mean? Like, there's giddy energy around you, and giddy energy. What does giddy energy want to do? I keep on seeing them go like this, like they're going like this because they want to stir the pot. You know what I mean? Like, they're going like this because they want to stir the pot, right? And giddy energy that wants to stir the pot, it's almost like you have to say to someone, like, this isn't fun. It's serious, right? It's not something to be, um like, it almost feels like somebody trying, like, you're having to hide, like, navigate someone who um, it is trying to like get you um, like more invested in unnecessary drama. So I keep on seeing like even if someone comes towards you um, in a temperamental way, like or even like asking you questions, I keep on hearing it's nobody's business. Like literally, like your job right now is to tell everybody um, it's nobody's business until you're on the other side of something, is what I keep on hearing. Because there's something about that. I keep on hearing you can talk about it after. I keep on hearing you got that you got the rest of your life. I keep on hearing remember you have the rest of your life to talk about it. I keep on hearing now is the time to whisper. Now is the time to be mindful of just kind of getting through something. Because I keep on hearing that something about like the more I keep on hearing the more conversation around something, like the longer it gets. The more messy, the more volatile. So just kind of like keep that mentality even if someone isn't bringing it to you in that way, you know? And I keep on hearing if someone's coming towards you, like wanting to have that conversation, you can say to them, like, I'm not, I'm happy to have it, just not with you now. I'd rather talk about it until like once I'm on the other side of it. Um, Bottom of the deck, yeah, like especially with this like eight of cups in its reversal. Don't don't let this become like don't like I keep on hearing the message. You have the whole rest of your life to let this be tea. No tea parties right now. Now is not the time to be having like I keep on hearing now is and you can say to someone if someone wants to talk about what's happening, be like, I'm not like I'm like I'm not in like I'm happy to talk about this once we're through it, right? And that's not saying you don't want to talk about it. You can say to someone, now's not the right time. I'm not in the right headspace, but I keep on seeing like I don't know why I keep on hearing like I just keep on seeing a bunch of energy around a situation and like like I keep on hearing like when someone says I just want to like I want to know what's going on like that is them like I see them going like this like the song you will hear when someone's stirring the pot is I want to get your like I want to get your side of things. Right? Like, the song you will hear as someone's trying to stir the pot is, you know, I just wanted to get your side on things, right? Like, I keep on seeing, like, it's nobody's business until, like, once you're through something, you can talk about it till the cows come home. It can be everybody's business. But I keep on hearing as you're navigating it, um, you know, like, I keep on hearing, like, cone of silence, which is saying, like, this is a sad time. We don't talk about it, right? Um, like a sad like I keep on hearing like something is like when something is like you have to think I keep on hearing it's like sanctuary energy, which is saying, we're quiet here because it's not it's not, we're not trying to I keep on hearing we're not trying to stir drama, we're trying to heal, right? So let this be the vibration of a place of healing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing and it's like, and I feel like it's hard too, because I see some energy being like, well, we want to help you. Being like, this is what you can say. Like, and I need to point this out. Like, if someone's trying to like help you, in a way that doesn't feel positive, say, you know what, this would be really helpful to me, right? Like this would be very helpful to me. Or even somebody being like, well, this is what they're saying, you know? Like almost that space of saying to another person, like, I feel like you can almost say, like, well, that's not, you know, like that's not true. And I'll be happy to talk to you more about it further once we're on the other side of this. You know what I mean? Like literally just like I keep on hearing like nipping conversations in a bud. I keep on hearing it's not lying in saying I can't talk about it right now, is what I keep on hearing, right? It's that's not that's I, it's not lying to tell someone that now is not the time. Just remember that. Like you can be honest in the space of saying I'm not inclined to talk about it right now. Like that's not to say that I won't at some point, but I feel like you almost like I keep on hearing I almost hear somebody being like, "Well, they said this," and be like, "Well, they shouldn't be talking like that." Like that should be your response. Like if someone comes towards you asking for tea and going, "They said this," you should say, "Well, they shouldn't be talking about that." Right? Like don't give them more tea to drink. Just I keep on seeing be like, "Yeah, I'm just because they're doing that doesn't mean I have to." Right? Thank you so much, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And friends, just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, we've got um, mm, I think I might be closing the list shortly. I might take one more person. No, the list is closed right now. If you'd like to get on the list though for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. All right. And Dream Oracle, thank you for the follow. Marco, how you doing today, Fig? Excellent. And sending you so much support on that journey, Nix. Hi there, Therese. Hi there, Thadria. Thank you for the follow. Ryan, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I'm seeing channeling again. And Hardy, thank you for the rainbows. How are you doing today, Therese? It did. It's okay. I'll wait. Excellent. Thank you, channeling. Yep. There's a lot of back and forth with my ex who's in recovery, very recent. The connection was very unexpected. It's just a lot. My ex is asking me if he's answering things correctly. Understood. And that's what I meant. Like, I keep on hearing the energy of sanctuary, which is saying, like, this is a place of healing, not tea, is what I keep on hearing, which is saying, what is sanctuary? Short, sweet, and to the point. Thank you, Sylvania, for the follow. And thank you as well, Yo. Nikki, thank you for the follow. Nikki has a dream. Excellent. Witches, so good to see you, dear. Guys, make sure you give Witches a follow. Wonderful reader as well. You're so welcome, Nix. Happy Thursday. Channeling, why am I so conflicted and avoidant? I feel like I'm always trying to rush to find a solution. Giving fixer. Got it. Okay. Can I please get 4 cards for channeling? Also, friends, we are at 37.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Great. Just looking over the question again. Oh, we got 5 cards coming out. I mean, I feel like I see some kind of, I feel like the reason that you're conflicted avoidant is because you've got some kind of trauma around conflict, you know? This is giving me a little energy of someone who's like I feel like I see some kind of like early wound in relationality to saying like don't upset them and there won't be a problem, you know? We often get into the space of being conflicted avoidant when another person tells us that blames us for making another person angry. I'm getting a lot of this like, now look what you've done kind of energy. Um, and it does, it feels like preferential treatment. Like this is some kind of wound from early on where it feels like someone was getting preferential treatment, and often the sound you'll hear when someone's getting preferential treatment is just stop making them angry and there won't be a problem, right? And then when someone loses it, they say, now look what you've done. And then you get energetically punished for the fact that another person got angry or got put in a bad mood because another person is afraid of them. So I feel like the thing you need to kind of start to heal is understanding that you know we can navigate being upset in ways that don't hurt others, right? Our job is not like, you have to say it's okay to others can, like, it's okay to upset people. Healthy relationships can navigate upsets without catastrophe. I feel like you have to write that down somewhere. It's going to help you. Healthy relationships can navigate upset without catastrophe. Because I keep on seeing a situation where you start to feel like you've done something wrong and you run and duck for cover. Often in spaces where you haven't done anything wrong. Often in spaces, I keep on hearing there's like a lot of moments where you're worried that you did something wrong and it's kind of in your own headspace because another person was like creating some kind of fawn and mentality where you were like you were had to like like they were holding you accountable for not reading another person's energy correctly. Healthy relationships do not require you to be psychic to be safe. Healthy relationships do not require you to be psychic to be safe, is what I keep on hearing. But I think that space, you have to recognize that like you being able to take the temperature of like another person, like being perturbed or being upset, you're still safe there, is what I keep on seeing. It's still okay to be there because like that, I keep on saying like that space by which you're doing that is how you're going to heal because it's again, and I got to stress this, um, like unless you're doing something that's making someone like unless someone like if you're doing something that's making another person uncomfortable, like it's giving a lot of that if if there's something wrong you'll tell me kind of energy, right? um because I keep on seeing that your own ability of working through that and staying energetically consistent, right? Like working in that space of saying that, you know, healthy energy can navigate discomfort, right? Healthy relationship does not require everything to be like perfectly copacetic all the time. I keep on hearing like your ability of navigating through some of that avoidant energy is healing from having to feel like you have to be the peacemaker all the time, right? Why can't you can exist in a space that you can say something upsetting and still be loved? you can exist in a space where you can say something that that you know bothers another person and still be loved. Our ability to be loved is not about having to be appealing all the time, is what I keep on hearing. Our ability to be loved is capable is the recognition of another person who desires to understand us, even through our cringe, even through our cringe. Um, so I keep on seeing that this is an intimacy wound that you have to heal. And and I know it stinks because often with an intimacy wound, you have to put yourself in uncomfortable situations and remain there so you can understand. See, nothing to be worried about. It's fine, right? You have to say, I'm training myself to remain. I'm training myself to remain in the uncomfortable conversation. I'm training myself to remain in the charged environment of a difficult conversation. And when you start to feel that need to duck and cover, I want you to ground yourself with the mantra of saying, I'm training myself to remain, which is to say, now that you stay, the universe can say, now I can show you it's not that big a deal, right? Now I can show you that whatever you're expecting that's going to happen is not going to happen here. Now I can show you like how good it can be. But first, you have to stay first, you have to stay here so I can show it to you, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the chariot in its reversal. There's something about this energy here. Like this is giving me like you got like somebody had you in a space of like trying to punish you for like upsetting the apple cart. You know, if another person like we are not to be held accountable if another person can't control their emotions. But often when we come from unhealthy environments, that responsibility is sometimes laid at our feet, right? Another person does something completely unreasonable, and instead of that person being corrected for it, the energy will go look what you did, right? They'll move directly to the empathetic energy because they know because they're too afraid to confront the energy that shouldn't be doing something in the first place. So I feel like there's something about you recognizing that in some kind of past experience, someone was kind of like making you the energetic scapegoat to another person's volatility that is going to help you heal in profound ways. Because I keep on hearing, remember, like I have no control over how you make me feel, and you have no control over how I make you feel, unless I'm doing something to intentionally provoke you or something that could be corrected. The only feeling that I have responsibility for within you is confusion, because confusion can always be met with clarity. So make sure that you're remaining if things start to feel confusing so that you can get that clarity. And make sure you remain during confusing situations so that you don't create confusion as you leave. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, channeling. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The list is closed, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Next person we are reading for today, I'm looking for Alexandra, or I'm looking for Holly. Alexandra or Holly. Jennifer, all you do to get a reading is send a donation via my tree that is linked in my bio. The list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You will also have an additional card in your reading. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Hi, dear. Excellent. Thank you for those roses, Wild. All right. One moment. No, you're right. I put Nick's there, and then yeah. Thank you for clarifying that, Nick's. Thank you. All right, it's on Discord. Perfect, dear. Hi there, Jennifer. Mary, thank you for the follow. All right, and Steve, thank you for the follow. All right, guys, we're at 40K. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Happy Thursday, witches. Good to see you, dear. And Nikki, thank you for the follow. Thank you for those as well, Sylvania. Oh, welcome to the. Oh, that's so kind of you to say, witches. I appreciate you. I love when you do that. No, the list is closed. Thank you, Bridget. Grand Rising, Susie. Oh, same witches. Alex said, I'm ready whenever. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to word it. I sent it. It's okay. You don't have to apologize for it. I sent the message on Discord. I got you, dear. Okay. No rush where I'm squeezed in. No problem. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well, Susie. All right, let me just pull up your dream. And just a reminder, if you're on the list and you have information that you feel is relevant to our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have I might be able to take, I might be able to take one more person today. If anyone else wants to get on the list, I'm just trying to be conscientious on time. All right. Let's see here. All right. And if you have information that's relevant for our reading today, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when we send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. Hold on, just finishing reading over the notes from channeling. Probably has to do with my older brother. Thank you for confirmation. We were born in the same day, 6 years apart, and he said that I ruined his life. Oh, channeling. Nobody should ever say that. I'm sending you so much support on that. Constantly thinking about that. Right. And that's what I meant. Like, I keep on seeing the avoidant behavior is I better go. Things will be better off without me here. I pulled the Queen of Cups, the Moon, the Nine of Cups earlier. I think there's a connection. Absolutely. But that's what I mean, right? Someone that was trying to make you the energetic scapegoat for something that they're doing. Healthy relationship does not require you to be psychic to be safe. Never. Tap to claim, Nikki. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yeah, I'm a Capricorn. I don't like uncomfortable situations. Like, you're teaching yourself to embrace the cringe is what I see, right? Like, I keep on saying something about you being able to stay in an uncomfortable situation, the universe being like, look, I'm going to show you it's not that bad. The Capricorn moon too. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And again, thank you for having that reading with me. And I'm sending you so much for support on your journey, dear. Hi there, Jennifer. Jason, thank you for the follow. Raina, you're so welcome. To get a read, Jennifer, all you do is send a donation. You'll be added to the list. All right. Excellent. Cheesy, if you'd like to get on, have a reading, you send a donation, but please don't spam the comments with your question repeatedly. It's not courteous to the chat, and it's not how you get your question answered. And thank you, Jacob, for the follow. All right, and I need to. Okay. Yeah, Susie, I can fit you in today if you'd like to get on the list. I have room for one more. Excellent. But and if anyone else wants to get on the list, you'll be read for tomorrow. Okay. Let's see. Lily, is this outside tea? A bit shy. It's me. I'm open about the topic. So it's entirely up to you. Are you okay with me reading it out loud? I don't have to. You let me know if you want it to be inside tea or inside tea. Okay, inside tea. That's totally cool. All right, cool. All right, just bear with me a moment so I can read over the dream. Hold on a minute. It's a bit of a moment. Thank you for putting the date. It's very helpful. Hmm. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, I get it. All right, can I please get 4 cards? So it sounds to me, I mean, it's interesting because I know you sent about a dream, but yeah, okay. I mean, there's something heavier to do with the nature of the connection. Hmm. I mean, this is a maturity thing, you know? I think that that's the big trouble that I'm seeing around something here. Um, I feel like I see you and another person that have vastly different priorities. And, and I want you to imagine, like the message I'm getting, and I can see like um, this is why you're having a hard time letting go of this person. The karmic space is, you know, this feels like someone that's trying to avoid love like the plague. Some energies like that, right? If you're prioritizing fun in your life, then when you start to catch feels, you run away fast because love is going to ruin all the fun. Love is going to ruin all the fun, you know? And I can already see something happening here. Like, and I wouldn't be surprised if an energy like this is coming towards you being like, what did you do to me? And you being like, I didn't do, what are you talking about? Them being like, no, you did something. And I can see them being like, I didn't do anything. Being like, no, you did something. And it's because like I can see the guys being like, you haven't done a thing to them. But when 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 we have that connection, right? When we get that energetic connection, it's inevitable. Like that's the thing with love. Like when love shows up like, hi, I'm inevitable. You know what I mean? I mean, like, no, someone being like, no, and they're just like, hello. Um, and this is why, I feel like this is like, I feel like there's something about, and what's hard about this, and this is the thing I need to kind of recognize with a connection like this, and by no means, okay, I want you to listen to what I'm saying to you very carefully, okay? It's not enough for us to have the manifestations. The manifestations must be synchronized. They must be synchronized on the timeline by when we want things. It's not enough to want the same things. We need to want the same things when we at the same time, because what I'm effectively seeing here is I see someone that isn't activating for you at all, like not activating for you at all in the terrestrial plane. And then you go to sleep and they're like, surprise, surprise, right? Because that is the energy of someone saying, wait for me. That is the energy of someone saying, wait for me. That's the energy saying, I'm not ready yet. But this is what I want you to remember. That's their inner child saying that. That's their higher self. Their higher self can't resist you. They're coming to you in the dream space. Their terrestrial body does not want it at all. Their terrestrial body is looking at love like it is the plague, like it is the worst. Like they're all Peter Pan. They're like, you got to get back from me. Stay back. They're going to stay back. Even to the extent, I can see someone that is talking to other people being like, I think they did something to me. This person is so running away from love that they're going, I think this person's done something to me, because like they're going, ugh! Like, what I mean? And I can see the energy around them being like, it's love. It's not anything you're doing. It's the fact that they've caught feels for you, and falling in love is so foreign to this person that they're like, they must have done something. They must have done no, they must have done something. No, they did something. I know they do these things. They did, like, and I can see, like, I see energy being like this is it's not. It's not that you did anything. It's that they're feeling something, and they can't even they're so resistant to it. They're so resistant. They're like, you must have cast a spell on me, woman. Like, I see something like, what have you done? You know what I mean? Like, it's giving me a lot of this energy. They're terrified of you. So I wish I wish anything I'm saying here could make them go away from you in the dream space. I'm just telling this to you so you can recognize the space of another person that's like energetically seeking you out in the dream space to spend some time with you, because you've reached, this is a karmic connection, which is what is a karmic connection. They want something with you and you're denying them, because you're saying, no, I'm not doing that unless it's like this, and they're going, I don't do that. And now you guys are in an impasse on the spiritual plane, because they're like, come play, and you're like, I don't play, and they're like, fine then, right? And the reason that you're seeing them on the like in like the space with the beach is because that's the place where finally you guys can meet. Like that's like the beach is the liminal space between the dream and the reality. Like the fact that it's on the beach is the articulation point of saying, here, like here, you know, you don't have your timeline, right, in terms of what you're seeking. And I don't have my fear of commitment, you know. So I want you to kind of recognize, like, if anything, like if you have an ability to, like, if you meet them there, be like, no, like, you know what I mean? Like, you might want to start being able to say, like, no, not here either. Like, you know what I mean? How dare you? I want to give you But I can see how painful this is, because I can see someone, and again, then this is the thing I don't like about what I'm seeing about the energy. I feel like the energy is trying to say, wait for me to grow up. And the thing is, and I keep on hearing your guide say that could be a day, that could be forever. When we meet an energetic connection like this that says, just give me a little more time, we can't, because that could be a day or that could be forever. Our manifestations must be synchronized. But and again, especially if someone can't put it count like if someone's saying like give me a month, like that's one thing. But if someone's saying wait for me, like in some kind of like romantic way, which is what it feels like the stream energy is doing, we don't like no, it's not romantic to feel like you're pining away for someone to get them to stop decide that's the thing. Peter Pan doesn't want to stop being Peter Pan, right? And Wendy says, I can't stay here. This is ridiculous. So it's not your responsibility to wait for them. It's their responsibility to grow up. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, that's the thing. Like that's what your guides are saying on this, right? Because I keep on the thing with the guides whenever I see a connection like this. So like you can't. That could be like the energy is always like I need a little more time. That could be tomorrow. That could be 100 years, right? That feeling sometimes never goes away, right? Like sometimes the energy is like, yeah, once I like I keep wondering, like once I sow my oats, like I see somebody saying, once I sow my oats, that's a person I want. Well, stop sowing. Like stop sowing. Like the guides see that and they go, if that's true, stop sowing. Or you're gonna and that's the thing I hate about this, because they're blowing it. They're gonna remember, they're gonna like this is like they're gonna look back on this and be like, I blew it. Like this is heavy, you know, because this is not like this is like when they finally do. Like I keep on hearing when they finally do, like they were hoping it would be you, but it's like this is like we don't wait for each other. We find each other, we find each other and we rise to the occasion. We don't put each other on benches, is what I hear. When we find each other, we either rise to the occasion. Um, and that's why you're arriving on the beach, because they're about to miss the wave. Like, and that's why I feel like if you feel like a sense of mourning, which is someone that keeps on saying, give me a little longer, and you being like, it's already gone. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing that's so painful about it. Thank you so much, Alexandra, for having like, and I keep on hearing like, the thing that's going to bother me is like, I would not be surprised if you hear back from this person later at some point and say, it was supposed to be you. Be like, you bet it was. Like, yeah, it could have been, but it's not, because you weren't ready. So it never was, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed. But if you'd like to book a reading for tomorrow, the list is closed. You will be the first person on the list for tomorrow. All right, next person on the list for today is Kama. Kama, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general question or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. No, it's a morning dream. Like that's the thing that's bothering me about it. Like I feel like the fact that like it feels like the dream is like a goodbye, because I see somebody being like, we're never going to have this time again, you know? All right. And that's why, because like again, you go to the beach because the possibility to catch a ship is there. But if they're showing up at the beach and they're saying I'm not ready, you know? All right. No problem. Susie, again, I think it might be best if we wait till tomorrow if you're having issues with sending it over. So why don't you, if you get it over here, why don't we put you first on the list? Okay. All right. And thank you, Jacob, for the follow. Um, are you filtered again? I don't believe you're filtered again. Did I miss something that you said, dear? Channeling? Okay. No problem, dear. A bit shy. Yep. And I hope that helps. Thank you, Sweet Pea, for the follow. Potato for the follow. Tea with the. Thank you. Alice in Wonderland vibes. So happy to be back. I'm so glad you're back too, Susie. And Vajra, thank you for the follow, dear. Why did I just hear Kendrick say it's not enough? Because that's the thing about it that I keep on like that. Like you're hearing that because I keep on seeing that someone needs to get their priorities straight. They're not ready. Like they realize that you would be a huge like that they would be a huge change, like life change. And the reason you're hearing it like I'm not ready is because that's the conversation they're having in the dream space. Exactly, Nikki. Scary. Yep. Yeah, the beach dream was really no. I would not be surprised. I know that. Yeah, the beach dream is beautiful and it hurts. Yeah, but that's why because there's something they're going to be they're going to when you the beach dream is really important because it's often it's a space that talks about the fact that um like someone is like like you're on a space of departure is what I keep getting. Thank you as well, Trishina. I've dated men like that. They expect you to wait for them, but they're not moving. But that's the thing, and that like it could take a day, it could take forever, right? Energy like that is always in a space that says wait for me because they're always like they're like I'm prioritizing something else. Like the song you will hear when someone has other priorities is wait for me. Yeah. I tried to meet them at the beach at night before and they ran. Oh wow. It was where we shared our first kiss. Maybe that's why it came up as the place where it can be a vulnerable space in physical and dream. No, because I feel like it's also coming up because everything after this, they're gonna have to look back and say that could have been me. Like this is it's giving me like you're in that space because it was a now or never kind of situation. And they're trying that and the minute that they say wait, it becomes never. It's like the office scene. Maybe a day, maybe a year. It's quite possible. I don't know that scene, Susie, but it sounds similar. Casquiello, thank you for the follow. Cass, the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. But please don't. Yep. Yes, he was mourning the dream. All right, we got you, Calm. Cobra, thank you for the follow. Sani, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Fig, the list is closed today, dear, but is that for tomorrow? Thank you. I've got you on the list for tomorrow, first person. And again, Cobra, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. All right. I'm driving to the ATM to deposit. Okay. Okay. Let's just Susie, that way you don't have to rush, dear. We'll just add you to the list for tomorrow. Okay? Not having issues. No, I know. Don't worry about it, dear. Yeah. You don't have to apologize about the delay. It's okay. I love the interpretation. I felt that. You're so welcome, Alexandra. And oh, it's for Susie. Oh, Fig, that was so kind of you. Oh, wonderful, Fig. That's incredibly sweet. Thank you. Okay, great. We'll try to do that then. All right, Kamal, I'm still waiting for your question to come through, dear. I didn't see it come through. Can you let me know if you have a general, if you have a specific question? I've developed feelings. Okay, we're good friends, and I don't want to be that guy. Got you. All right, let's get 3 cards, please. What's going on in relationality to that connection? I feel like I see somebody, the thing I keep on identifying here is, um, are they available for partnership? Because there's something I'm seeing here that feels like I see someone that's recovering from some kind of like really, really energetically intense connection. Like this is saying to me like I just see something here that it feels to me like something just like knocked them over. Um and the word that keeps on coming to the surface when I read for this person is like safe space is all I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing someone that's focused right now is having like some space um by which to by which to heal, by which to be able to find some kind of point of balance. So, one of the things I think is important is making sure that um you're asking them the right questions um as it relates to what's going on between you and them. Because something I'm seeing here, and I want to stress this. I feel like, and I was talking, it's actually like this feels really, really in alignment to what we've been reading. Um, we were reading for this basically like all through this Gemini season, which is um the first thing I would say is recognize and identify um how long you've been feeling this way is what I keep on seeing. Because, you know, there's if this is I keep on seeing like if this is something that just came into um if this is something that you just started to feel, I would say like give yourself a little space to recognize if this is the difference. Like the one thing we've been talking about a lot right now with this Gemini season is being able to discern between like the sudden inclination versus the persistent feeling is what I keep on seeing. So make sure that you're energetically consistent as it relates to the feelings that you're like coming towards in terms of this energy. But I also see the thing that's really important to navigate right now is, and I kind of I stress this, if you feel like there are some lines that are starting to get blurred um, between you and another person in the construct of friendship, I keep on saying, I feel like now is a good time to have that conversation in relationality to like navigating and setting those healthy boundaries. And especially because I keep on seeing like this is someone who's healing from some kind of like they're healing from some kind of situation where there were blurred lines. Like whatever this is that I'm identifying here, this is someone who had this is someone who didn't get any clarification point on what was occurring in some kind of past experience. So I keep on seeing like the most important things I keep on identifying right now is making sure that um, you're not only I keep on hearing you're not just stating intentions, but asking questions, which is like potentially saying like, how do you feel about me? You know, like, like make sure that you're leading um, with those questions. Um, Especially if you feel like you're picking up something that like more that's potentially there. The one thing I keep on seeing that you want to avoid is like anything that feels like a boundary issue, which is like something that like moves back into that like confusing space without clarification of what's occurring. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, something to keep in mind going forward. The one thing I keep on identifying, the thing I got to keep on seeing that I think is important um, around around an energy here has to do with whether they're energetically available for a relationship. Because I don't know why I see someone very focused on something. I see someone who's really like they're like going through some kind of internal journeying right now is what I'm seeing here. So that's what I meant in terms of being able to like say to another person um you know and I also feel like it's important too to be able to state your own needs um in relationality to what you're giving someone, right? Because if it feels like I keep on hearing if it feels um like I see you like building this like strong emotional connection with someone. But that's why I keep on seeing like make sure that there's clarity as it relates to where something is going, right? Because I keep on saying it does feel like there's a question mark um related to I don't know like how you guys came together or like some kind of casual conversation that just like moved like much deeper. So, I keep on saying have the conversation sooner rather than later to avoid any emotional confusion as it relates to how you're starting to feel about someone, which is saying to me, like being able to say to someone, like, look, you know, I'm totally fine keeping things like on a friendship level, but I need to know if there's a possibility that this could move like somewhere deeper, right? Like getting that clarification point, having that conversation, being able to talk about, like, I keep on seeing like the way you're gonna, like, it almost feels like in a way your help, especially if someone had a problem with like blurry boundaries in the past, that kind of conversation, I keep on hearing will be healing for both of you, right? Because it's almost like the space of you saying, like, look, I'm not I'm not demanding anything, but I want you to know that this is something that I would be open to the possibility of, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Calm. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you'll be the second person read for, the first person read for. Next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. One moment, dear. Just reading over the comments. I got a question. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, God, you can get on the. You'll be the first person read for. And thank you again, Fig. I really appreciate how you guys support each other in the comments and how this community piece supports one another. Can you please tell us? I don't read for twin flames here, Eleonora. I'm not someone who I'm not someone who supports that narrative. Um, I'm happy to read for you on the energetic connection you may be experiencing that feels akin to it to understand what's going on. I hope that helps. Excellent. Oh, you just flew in this morning. No, make sure you got that sleep, dear. All right, Bridget, you have a beautiful day, dear. Thank you. Definitely the energy. Excellent. Are you guys having an issue with the chat? I was waiting, then she said she had to get out the door, and that's when I dropped it. That's nice of you. I needed to know when she was at. That's really kind of you, Fig. Haruna, thank you for the follow, and thank you for sharing the live. You are a beautiful person. Thank you so much for supporting each other. It's really kind of you, Fig. They just messaged me. It's almost like they knew I was talking about them. You're so welcome. I keep on hearing, like, remember, I keep on hearing, um, like, be chivalrous is what I keep on hearing. Be chivalrous. Hi there, Nikki. And we got to 50K. Yay. All right. All right. So we're going to do Nikki's reading. And the 50K winner will be read for first thing tomorrow. So we'll do that first. So, Nikki, before we start your dream, I'm going to think of a number right now between 1 and 1 and 70. 1 and 74. First person I see the post number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order. OG, congratulations. You are got our highest gifter, and you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll be doing that again when we get to 100K. All right, moving to, we got a dream right now coming through. Outside tea. All right, dream interpretation. I assume this is outside tea. Excellent. Well done, guys. All right. In outside tea? Yes. Excellent. In the dream, it felt like my partner and I were switching in and out of the same body. Sometimes I was me, sometimes I was him. I never saw my own face. only his, like I was watching him in third person. Then it was me and I saw through my own eyes. We are traveling to meet at a tall building, maybe a hotel or an apartment complex, but we never are actually together. It felt like we were in the same person, just shifting back and forth. At first, there was one zombie like person following us. Over time, the group grew, like people being added or turned. Eventually, there were four of them: a tall black man, an Asian woman, two white women. I remember their faces clearly. Their eyes were glowing bluish white. They felt more vampire like than zombie. They never ran or attacked, they just followed, calm, steady, always watching. The strange part was that I didn't feel like they were incapable of acting. It felt like they were choosing not to, like they were deliberately hanging back to create tension, just silently monitoring us, letting pressure build. It felt like something was going to happen if I hadn't woken up. At one point, I was in the parking lot of the building and looked up at the second level of the garage and saw all four of them standing there, staring down at me. I called my partner and told them they're here. I said we'd have to make our stand in a hotel and went inside. But again, I felt like I was also him. I was most nervous through most of it, but only got a little scared toward the end, more anxious than afraid. When I woke up and thought about it, I realized the parking garage in my dream reminded me of the one at work, the same one where my ex used to stalk me and use intimidation tactics. The connection hit me after I was awake. So one thing I think that's important about this dream, Nikki, wow, there's a lot of extra cards here under the surface, is we've already identified some aspects of your dream landscape in the fact that when we see these zombie-like creatures, we know that these are representations of negative thought forms. And this is why I like doing multiple readings with my clients because we can start to pick up the vernacular of the dream space more quickly. Now, one of the things I'm seeing here that I think is really important is, one of the things I think that is beautiful is talking about the fact that you feel like you've found energetic alignment with someone that is working through the same lessons as you are. And that is in the articulation of, again, having to work through negative thought forms, those creeping doubts, those creeping fears, the trauma that tries to inform us that we're something other than we are. And I feel like, again, that space of the fact that you felt like you were sometimes your partner and sometimes yourself has to do with how similar the experience is that you're both working through right now. That the healing from that trauma, it's the understanding that you don't often necessarily feel like you have to explain yourself to another person. This can be really difficult sometimes when we're not in alignment because we can be in alignment, but another person understanding what that might feel like or look like to us could be an entirely different thing. So the amplification of the fact that you were in the dream space and it just felt like you didn't even have to explain yourself, they understood it. It's like almost that space of being speechless because it's the silence that says like you don't have to explain it to me. I already know. Like you say less, if you will. Now, the fact that you said that you felt like they were incapable of acting is further validation of the fact that these are representative of negative thought forms because not negative thought forms can't hurt us unless we react to them, right? If I'm feeling angry about something but I don't react, then the anger does not have any power over me. It's only when I react to the thought form that it has some kind of power over the self. So I just keep on seeing that something about being able to do that work, being able to find the power of moving with intention, not allowing those negative habits, not allowing those negative qualities, not allowing your fears to override your intention. This is articulating upon the work that you're doing right now in partnership. Um, and again, especially in the description of the fact that you described that their eyes were bluish white, almost vampire, like you almost describe them as vampiric. This is talking towards, again, you know, our fear doesn't have control over us unless we let it, right? Like it's more of the space of, again, something that isn't human. So it's more of that space of like, again, working into the identification of what feels Like I keep on getting like something that one thinks that isn't mentally healthy, something that one thinks that isn't mentally supportive to the self. And I think that it's really beautiful that they're giving you that again, that description point of something that is harmless but frightening and only becomes harmful if you engage upon it in a frightful way. Like this says a lot. It's talking towards the fact that you're doing a lot of work in terms of working through those warrior lessons in relationship to being able to find the perseverance to maintain the peace that you're trying to create with one another. Um, that space of hanging back to create tension, right? The silent monitoring of us that has more to do with, again, when we start to find the peace for ourselves, we're able to build that into the point of being able to recognize that the peace is found. It's not made. It's not that we can't return to our old habits or our own mistakes. We just simply choose not to. Now, I think it's important too, because you described being in a parking lot in a building and you saw them on the second level looking down at you. Um, and then when you said that you had to make your stand, I need to point out the thing that's important about this is that when you said that we have to make our stand, you never made the stand. The stand was in not reacting, right? The stand was in the ability of being able to navigate something and not let it get the better of you. Um, More anxious than afraid. And I think the thing that's important about this dream is the articulation point of you describing that you felt that, but you were more anxious than afraid, which is the fact that you weren't letting the fear get the best of you. I think this is really important because when you describe the fact that the parking garage in the dream reminded you of the one that you had at work and the one where your ex used to stalk you or use intimidation tactics, this could be representative of the fact that in that experience you allowed that fear to get to you. That again, it's a comparison point between the healthy relationship that works to fight the fear with you, like it feels like it stands with you against it, versus the unhealthy relationship. The unhealthy relationship that tries to move you into space of being too afraid to move or too afraid to speak as my throat chakra starts to close off in that space of trying to build into the relationship of intimidation that doesn't feel like it tries to suppress that, but almost feels like it tries to encourage it in order to have a deeper sense of control over you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, Page of Wands in its reversal. I think it's beautiful because I feel like these are a lot of guided dreams that are being shown to you at this time to show you that you're making the right choice, right? It's not the fact, I need to point this out, it's not the fact that that fear ever goes away, right? It's not the fact that we enter the healthy relationship and they aren't there, but that ability of being able to navigate that together, right? That ability of doing that work, talking through it instead of projecting it outwards. They keep on, I feel like the guides are showing you these dreams to show you how far you've come, and to kind of give you that support and that encouragement to keep going, right? Like it's like it's saying to me like there's something about that, especially if you've been doubting your own ability to do this. It's like it almost feels like the guide saying like we're with you every step of the way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Next person on the list for today is Susie. Susie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we are going to be moving into one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and you have not recharged your heart needs today, make sure that you do so now. All right. Thank you so much for that beautiful galaxy, BB. All right. And I'm just going to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent job, OG. Congratulations. All right. All right, so we're going to move to one card readings for subscribers as we wait. Um, Hi there, Bailey. It's been a rough last few days. I hope you're doing well, dear. All right, just reading over the comments. Hi, Miranda. How are you doing today? Excellent. True, we never had to make the stand. Yep. Troy's the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the second person, the first person read for. He coughed too, right? Like that's like, yeah, that's like, thank you. Like that's wild, right? It's like the, you know. Oh, sending you guys so much support. That's wild. Totally wild. Sending you guys so much support. But again, let that serve as further validation on that reading. Maya, I do dream interpretations. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, I'd be happy to read for you on that. It was beautiful. And thank you for sharing it here. Thank you so much, Nikki. Sending you guys so much joy. All right. Got you. You're such amazing, profound reader. Oh, thank you, BB. Feeling is mutual. Sending you so much love. Excellent. I do my best. We always do. All right, one card for V on partnership, please. Ace of Wands. Make sure that you're just move. I feel I keep on seeing your standards are going to tell you everything you need to know about a healthy relationship. Don't be afraid to speak them. If your standards, I already know what this is going to be, bottom of the deck. If your standards move something away from you, thank you, Nikki. If your standards move someone away from you, don't change them. That's a good riddance moment. Let the standards define what's for you versus what is not. Lisa, how do I approach this with Michael? Give them, like, tell them you'd like say, can I get your thoughts on something? Am I missing something here? I'd like to get your opinion on something. Yeah, is there something I'm not seeing? Is there something I'm not seeing? Is what I keep on getting. Is there something I'm not seeing? Right? Um, Animal spirit guide for Lisa, please. Yeah, Al, that's why you approach it. Is there something I'm not seeing? Right? Not saying I'm making a decision. Be like, this is, I want to bounce something off of you, is what I'm getting. All right. One card for Little Vamp, highest priority, please. What if everything's going okay? You know, don't let I keep on hearing, I feel like you've got a lot of racing thoughts right now. Everything in its time. You're not going to miss anything that's for you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's not a race. I keep my own pace. It's not a race. I keep my own pace. The hair. Even if you want to race, that's your choice, is what I keep on seeing. Don't let someone else, don't get stressed out on another person trying to rush you through something. Let it inform you, not move you. Fig, what message do the guides have for you today? One card, please. You're getting another because you gifted that reading. Don't, everybody's getting the same thing. Don't rush through things right now. Take your time and don't, give someone the benefit of the doubt, right? Sometimes we get deja vu. So the present can say, now I can show you what it would look like with someone that's, on your side, not against you, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, especially as it relates to old triggers and old wounds, right? Like, don't react to something if someone says something hurtful. Ask the question. Say, why would you say something like that? Animal spirit guide, please, for Fig. Yeah, the blackbird. Don't get triggered. Get curious. When someone says something triggering, get curious. Hi there, and Theo. A card as to why Bryce wants to still be my friend. It feels to me like, I think that you're kind of like, they're saying to me, it's like you answered your question, right? It feels to me like there's somebody who's trying to get you, you know, like I feel like I've got this like more the merrier energy around someone, which is saying like I want to be friends after this, you know. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like there's somebody who wants you to forgive them. You know, it feels like someone working really hard to see if there's no hard feelings between you, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And thank you for being a subscriber, dear. Um, all right. Hi there, Sarang. Bailey, one card. Oh, hold on a minute. Ava, two cards. Yes, message from divine counterpart. I've got here the Ace of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Page of Swords in its upright. Um, you're not going to have to wait for me to be ready. I'm going to want the same things that you want. We're going to be synchronized, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right. Like I keep on hearing, I want to show you how good it can be. Highest priority message for Ava, please. Yeah, animal spirit guide. Air dragon. Let me show you how good it can be. I'm not going to lower your standards. I'm going to raise them. All right. One card from spirit on advice for Alexandra. It's not enough to want the same things. We have to want the same things in the same timeline. We have to want the same things on the same timeline. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like there's something about that energy reaching out to you that's trying to say, wait for me. But again, that's why I keep on hearing your guide say that could be tomorrow. That could be it. Like healthy energy. If they say wait for me, they'll be like, you wait a week for me. You waited like I'll be back like in a month. Not like the not the ubiquitous wait. Like like it's not romantic. It's I keep on hearing it's not romantic. It's tragic, right? It's not the space of saying like I always felt like this. Like my feelings haven't changed. It's not about the feelings that haven't changed. It's like you guys are going through the moment of being like, I see someone who's going through this moment being like, everywhere I went, I thought of you. And you being like, that is not romantic. It's tragic. All right. Nikki, spirit led. Continue to do that work. That hovering feeling of anxiety, like those negative thought forms, I keep on seeing like this is how you work to suppress them. Like I feel like the dreams themselves are giving you a lot of that like a lot of that work in terms of being able to face the fears but not react to them, to observe what feels like it is productive versus the fears that feel like they're unnameable that sometimes create anxiety within us. Bottom of the deck, Empress in its reversal. Especially in that space, like I just keep on seeing, I feel like you're very much healing in this way because I feel like between you and your counterpart, you may have had an experience where it felt like someone was trying to you know, build a relationship less out of love and more out of fear, you know? And I keep on hearing like sometimes it takes a long time to heal from late relationships like that. One card, spirit led. Yeah, especially with the otter energy, which is again I think that it's interesting in the space of the dream because they're talking about the fact of again being adaptable, right? It's not about the fact of ignoring every fear. It's like doing the shadow work at looking at fear and saying, is this something that energetically serves me? Is this something I can do something about? Or is this an unnameable, unnecessary fear that I just need to kind of move away from me? I know the galaxy is beautiful. Thank you so much for giving it to me. And hi there, Grace. Good to see you. Haley, one card spirit led, please, for Haley. Um, your boundaries are your boundaries. They're not conditional on time. Yeah, it's not polite. The energy that's testing your boundaries will say, why won't you let me be nice to you? It's not when you have to over explain or state something you've already stated again, that is the boundary being crossed. One card for Haley, animal spirit guide. Yep, you get to decide, especially as it relates to another person trying to say that they need like a closing conversation or something that's healthy. You decide what's healthy. Grace, one card, please. The World card. Keep planting those seeds right now. I keep on hearing it's already happened. Continue to move like it's already happened. Bottom of the deck, don't don't get caught up in over worrying about things, right? A lot of this energy can create spaces to racing thoughts. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the hawk, right? Just keep focused on those manifestation goals. You're so welcome, V. Second time you've seen the rabbit today. That's wild. Doomy, thank you for the follow. All right. Again, these are one card readings for subscribers. We got one card from Miranda on love, please. One card from Miranda on love. Don't get too focused on the past. What's for you is ahead of you, not behind you. Bottom of the deck, don't doubt yourself. Don't second guess. I feel like something that you like sometimes clarity comes in moving forward, not going backwards. And again, if there's something that you wish you could do better, just articulate through it, right? Take accountability and move forward. One card for Metatron for Susie. Woo! Hi. I feel like even getting signs of them. They're like, hello. Bottom of the deck. I feel like they're coming to you not to make you stop doubting yourself so much. I wouldn't be surprised if they're being hard on you about it. Like I keep on hearing, they're like, I wouldn't be working with you otherwise. All right. Thank you so much, Susie. One card, animal spirit guide, please. All right. Yeah, we've got the cat, right? I feel like you're too like I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing them say, why you always scratch yourself? Why are you always picking yourself apart? Is what I keep on hearing. They're like, use those claws. I keep on hearing use those claws outward, not inward. You're so welcome, Ava. Chrissy, near future of the connection, please. 2 cards, 3 cards. Remember, I miss you isn't the same as I want the same things as you. Make sure if you're building into a connection, someone is articulating, like picking back up where something left off. I keep on hearing the time is not a chalkboard erase moment, it's a bookmark. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Remember, I miss you is not the same as I want things from you. It's giving me a lot of state your business, state your intention. And yes, you can absolutely do the reading tomorrow, Susie. I'll add you to the list. Perfect. All right. Hi there, Marianne. Thank you for the follow. Nope. Thank you for the follow. Have a beautiful day, Dwayne. You're so welcome, Nikki. I love the animal spirit guide editions too. Great to hear tough conversations. Last 48. Sending you so much support on that journey, Grace. All right, friends, final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as when I've gone live, head over to my account, hit that bell to turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow because sometimes the app doesn't like to let you know when I'm live. One card for Bailey, please. Again, don't crane your neck looking backwards right now. There's a lot of this energy of second guessing in Gemini season. Keep focused on what's ahead of you. Yeah, especially in relationality to something from the past that you still feel connected to. If you feel connected to it, ask, are you connected to it because you missed what was there or you were waiting for something that never arrived? Animal spirit guide. Again, yeah. The past is written, the future is ahead of you. Make sure that you're manifesting forward, not backwards. Angel led for Ruby. 2 cards. Make sure that you're only having conversations that have logic to them. Don't get caught in nonsensical conversations right now. Productive, because it feels like energy that wants to captivate you, energy that just wants to like talk to you. Make sure that you understand the direction that something's headed. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 8 of Pentacles in its reversal. It's more of the same. like working through, like not just someone who's problem oriented, but being solution focused. Thank you so much, Ruby, for having that reading with me. As I mentioned, friends, thank you for joining me today and sharing in these messages. If you just joined us today and became a subscriber for the first time, I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there a special coupon code that will give you a discount on our tarot class. Oh, it just recharged. Sorry, Ruby. Animal Spirit Guide card for Ruby. Earth Dragon. Let your pragmatism, let your practicality move you in the direction of what's for you. It's a gift to be pragmatic. It's a gift to be practical, right? Energy that needs to be in alignment with you also has to have their feet on the ground. I want to thank you guys again. If you just became a subscriber today, you can head over to my subscriber only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective in the welcome wagon section. You'll also find there in the perks channel a special coupon code to give you an additional discount on our tarot class subscription. Our next class will be held next Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be focusing our studies on the Temperance card. I hope you guys, thank you. Huge thank you today for my follow. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.